Represent the 56th Senate District, which includes parts of the city of Rochester. In September, this committee launched its Regenerate Cities Tour to identify innovative solutions to the systemic issues that families in cities across the state of New York, outside of New York City, have been facing for years. We held roundtables in these cities across New York, meeting with local leadership and visiting area businesses and cultural attractions. And I want to thank my colleagues on the dais, both Senator Griffo and the others who will join us throughout today, for participating actively in helping us put together those local leadership conversations. I believe this tour was one of the most successful urban engagements across New York. The hearing today builds on those efforts. We are looking forward to hearing from witnesses to speak on the issues we face when it comes to challenges like poverty, workforce and economic development, downtown revitalization, education, infrastructure, and the list goes on. The testimony today will serve as a guide for this committee and the Senate as a whole as we develop public policy and fiscal planning for the 2022 legislative session. I'm joined today by the ranking member of this committee, Senator Joe Griffo, as well as senators who will be joining us throughout the morning and hopefully early part of the afternoon. Senators Neil Breslin, Senator Rachel May, Senator Sean Ryan. Before I turn it over to our ranking member and a former mayor, a few reminders that will help make our conversation and our session here today a bit more productive. First, if anyone is here to testify that is not already stopped at the table in the back of the room, I encourage you to please do that as soon as possible. And second, we want this hearing to actually be interactive, to have time for that meaningful exchange of questions and answers. So please limit your testimony to no longer than 5 minutes. I will be respectful and help remind you of that time limit. But remember, all written materials that are submitted as part of this legislative hearing are entered into the record. So don't feel that you have to say everything if you've already submitted that in writing. So again, thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of a long overdue conversation, and we're delighted that you've agreed to participate today. And now I'll turn it over to Senator Griffo, representing the great cities of Utica and Rome. Senator.
Well, thank you, Chairman Cooney, and I want to thank you for your leadership on this committee. It is a new committee and yet an important committee. As we've said in the past, as go the cities of our state, so goes our state and nation. They are so important and very significant in the very fabric of each and every aspect of our society. So the listening tour that Chairman Cooney put together, I think, was very helpful and important to begin the dialogue. But equally as important is a recognition, in my opinion, of the many challenges that confront our communities today. And there are unique opportunities now, despite the fact that we are in a pandemic and we continue to struggle through this pandemic. There is a lot of funding that will be made available and that will exist. The importance right now is not only that we hear and listen, but we also act. And I'm hopeful that as a result of the roundtables and now this hearing, there will be a reaffirmation as to what these challenges are. We know there are problems facing cities relative to fighting crime. We know that there is poverty and unemployment issues that exist in these communities. We know that the taxes are too high and creating great burdens on the residents of these cities. And we also know that, in my opinion, that we over-regulate and over-mandate. And as a result of that, we put these communities in very difficult positions. So I think we have to not only have an acknowledgement and an understanding of these challenges, but a willingness and a readiness to prepare an agenda to develop a partnership where we deliver those resources to make a difference. So that is my hope in working with Chairman Cooney, that as a result of these roundtables and this hearing today, that we, as we begin the new legislative session in 2022, will have a legislative agenda which will provide action that can deliver results. So thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that and look forward to hearing the testimony and then more importantly, as the Chairman said, interacting with those who are testifying.
Thank you, Senator Griffo, for your leadership and your commitment to uplifting cities across New York. We're going to get started with our first panel, and I'll invite following individuals to join us here in the front. This is a panel focusing on municipal needs and strengths. So no better person who understands that than our first, Peter Baines, Executive Director of the New York Conference of Mayors. And then we have three mayors joining Peter, and that is from the city of Binghamton, Mayor Rich David, from the city of Poughkeepsie, Mayor Robert Rollison, and from the city of Troy, Mayor Patrick Madden. If you could please join us down front here. So as folks get settled here, I'll ask Peter if you would start with your testimony, and then we'll go right down the table here next to Mayor Rollison, and then we'll go down the list from there. And I remind you of 5 minutes, please.
Great. Thank you, Senator Cooney. Senator Griffo, it's great to see two senators who come from local government, who certainly understand local government very well, and most importantly, haven't forgotten what they learned in local government as they consider legislation throughout the course of the year. So I want to acknowledge you, and also thank you for the tour you did, the bipartisan tour of upstate cities to begin the dialogue, and we hope we can help further inform that dialogue today. I know who my bosses are. There are these three people to my left. So I'm going to defer most of my time, if I can, to them, because they have the most important stories and information to share with you. But I just thought I'd spend a couple minutes making sure NYCOM's priorities in this realm were made clear. First of all, our basic message, as pat as it may sound, is that local governments need to be full partners with the state of New York, and I think it's safe to say we haven't been for quite some time, notwithstanding various efforts of the legislature. We're on the front lines. These mayors are on the front lines doing the work of the state, so I think it's critically important that we have a true partnership. How do you measure a partnership in government? I think most importantly, you look at a budget, and that tells you if there's a true partnership. And local governments, cities have not received a growing commitment of financial support in the budget. Over the past 12 years, there has not been an increase in AIM funding. And we know that the former governor was a huge obstacle to an increase in AIM funding. We know that the Senate and Assembly, almost every year for the past several years, in each of their one-house budgets has provided an AIM funding increase, but that has not happened. It has not been included in the final budget. Senator Cooney's task force bill, we know, was vetoed. We supported that, but I think it still lives on, the bill, in terms of, from our understanding, talking to the governor's office, the governor certainly understands that a conversation and revisiting AIM funding, the level of funding, how it's distributed is going to be an important conversation in the upcoming budget. We at NYCOM, our executive committee, met last week, and in terms of AIM funding, it's certainly something that's critically important to our members. But we think going forward, there needs to be new money to municipalities that's distributed in a more rational way that ensures that the state can see the benefits of the funding, which I think has been one of the problems with getting increased funding through AIM, is that the state and the state legislature, it's hard for them to see the great benefit of that aid to municipalities. So we'll be conversing with you and your staffs about how we see that additional aid being allocated. We have a task force within NYCOM, a group of mayors that are looking at that right now. One other point on AIM, we do want to see an end to the intercept of sales tax as a way to pay for AIM funding. As I think you know, there's approximately $60 million in AIM funding that's an obligation of the state to pay villages and towns that is basically paid for by those villages and towns through their sales tax revenue. So even in Albany, that is beyond the pale, that kind of pay yourself out of one pocket into another for your aid. A couple other points, water and sewer funding. There is money coming through the Federal Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act, which will be going through the State Revolving Loan Fund programs. which will be critically important. We would like to see for smaller local governments, including smaller cities, a way to provide funding that these municipalities need upfront to apply for that state revolving loan fund money. It takes an investment by small local governments to access the money. So we'd like to talk to you about finding a way to help the smaller local governments access that funding. Transportation, the area of transportation was a huge win this past year, and we thank you for that. And the members of your committee were all very supportive of that. We had historic increases in CHIPS, extreme winter recovery, Paved New York, and then the new state touring routes program was created, all really, really helpful. We want to see those maintained at a minimum, and also we're going to make a pitch again for arterial maintenance aid that goes to 38 cities across the state. They're reimbursed for the work they do on behalf of the state on state roads. The reimbursement rate hasn't changed since 1987. So we think for approximately $13 million, those 38 cities can be brought up to the current cost of living, and that would be hugely helpful. So for my 2 minutes, quickly became more than 5. I apologize to the senators, but I'll pass it along down the line to Mayor Rolison.
Thank you, Peter. And I was going to, if it's okay, Senator, defer to the president of NICOM to go before me. Mayor David, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor. Good morning, Senator Cooney, Senator Griffo. Senator Cooney, thank you for coming to the city of Binghamton as part of the Cities 2 committee tour of upstate. Your presence was welcome, and we certainly appreciated the time to talk and tour our community. In short, everything is a top priority to a mayor. But when you look at our budgets for many of the cities and many of the villages with a paid police and fire department, the overwhelming majority of employees that work for the municipalities are in police and fire. Over 70% of your budgets go into public safety, and so those are the biggest expenses of your overall budget. And I'm a firm believer that as much as we talk about creating jobs and lowering taxes and investing in infrastructure and poverty and affordable housing and the litany of items that, as you know, goes on and on that are important to all of us, if we don't have safe, viable communities, we will never be able to accomplish all of our common and collective goals. Businesses don't want to invest or expand or locate in areas that are unsafe. Residents don't want to live or work or raise their families in areas that are unsafe. And so when we look at our budgets, the top three, two of the top three expenses that we are confronted with are outside of our control. We have no control over how much state aid or aid and incentives to municipalities comes in. We don't have any control over what our health insurance costs are going to be. And then the third cost would certainly be the cost of the contracts and union negotiated salaries. We do have control over those because we negotiate those. But as Peter mentioned, the top priority for mayors of cities and villages, large and small, is to address the issue of state aid. Sales tax for many of us has surpassed state aid as a larger source of revenue, and holding flat over the course of a decade really does create an unsustainable situation when you see increases in your contracts because employees deserve raises, when you see increases in your costs of the New York State retirement system, when you see increases in costs to health insurances. And one of those major costs, and we as mayors recognize you have no control over what the pension rates are. That's set by the controller. But being aware of the fact that in the ERS system for a Tier 6, the contribution might be 8%, but when you look at police and fire at Tier 6, it might be 20%. So if there's a position where it costs a municipality $100,000 in salary, it's $120,000 when you add the pension costs in for Tier 6. And for lower tiers, for police and fire, it might be as high as 30%. Those are simply unsustainable numbers long-term. And if you are going to have to address that, you are forced to either drain your reserves, increase your taxes, or make serious cuts to public safety, or a combination of all three. Nobody wants to do those things. And then when we look at, other state partners, for example, it might be in education, the annual increase in state aid in education is more than the entire amount that is allocated for state aid for municipalities. And so that is something I know that you are aware of and that many others continue to take a look at. But in order for us to see significant growth, we'd like to work with the state on addressing that in a very equitable fashion. If I could very briefly talk about infrastructure, the overwhelming cost when we talk about neighborhood streets, because infrastructure is more than bridges and highways and ports and transits and the MTA downstate. Upstate residents, they want to see their neighborhood streets done. And the cost, the major cost is not the asphalt you see on the roadway, it's the water and sewer lines underneath the roads, it's the sidewalks and curbs, it's the handicap accessibility on the intersection. And yes, there has been an increase in CHIPS funding in the state in this most recent budget, and we are grateful for that. But that doesn't really go very far when you have millions and millions of dollars worth of underground utilities that need to be done, and it puts mayors in a position to make a decision: do we just not address it and wait for the water and sewer lines to break, or many of us want to do it the right way so that you don't have those patches on the streets after the water and sewer lines break. There is money allocated to water and sewer, but it doesn't necessarily get to the places that I think many of the state assemblymen and senators think that it does. And just like that, my 5 minutes is up, and I appreciate your time and opportunity. Thank you, Senator Griffo and Senator Cooney.
Thank you, Mayor.
Senator, I have, it said 99 minutes there for a minute. I wasn't sure whether that was special for me or not. I just want to tell you how privileged I am to be here with you today, Senator Cooney and Senator Griffo. My dad served in the New York State Legislature as a senator for 24 years, 1967 to 1990, and at one point he was the chair of the local government committee. So I'm sure that those types of conversations took place then, as they are today, and I appreciate that opportunity. And I wanted to just talk a little bit about the strength of local government. We're the closest to the people. We are on the streets as mayors, every day, and our services have the biggest impacts, and Mayor David talked about that. Police, fire, Department of Public Works, those are expensive services, but those are the most needed services that the public wants. And while there are a lot of challenges to being a small city or a large city in the state, there are also many strengths to having cities and communities, and we know this. Mayors know this better than anybody, and being a mayor now for 6 years, I really know it, more than I knew before. And in Poughkeepsie, we have 30,000 residents, so it's in 4 square miles. It's easy to be in contact with all kinds of folks all the time. You're accessible because you're there. And small government needs to be nimble, needs to be efficient, it needs to deliver services in a really economical way, and our state aid helps that. But as we've heard, increased AIM funding and other sources of revenue from the state will be spent in a very efficient way. We take care of your dollars, right? In other words, we're very judicious in spending these funds because we're the first place that people come to get help. And we take that job very seriously, and we also have to be accountable to the taxpayers, not only with city dollars, but with your dollars as well, federal dollars, and county dollars. And these aren't necessarily weaknesses. They're just challenges that we have to work through every day. And smaller cities like Poughkeepsie, we have a very unique fiscal situation in the city. We have a fund balance deficit, which took place over a period of years. It was at $13.2 million when I took office, and it's down to 7.9. We're whittling away at it, but we just can't get to where we want to be. We need additional resources, and we do get a lot, and AIM is obviously one of them. But I also want to preface it by saying that we were accepted as an FRB city in 2016 and have received several $1 million from FRB to help us make government more efficient and to save money in the long run. And I'll tell you, the FRB team is absolutely stellar with DOB and Department of State. One of the things that also, too, is, essential beside AIM and CHIPS and other areas of funding is been the monies that we have received through different grant opportunities. We have received millions of dollars through EFC, and other types of grants through Department of State, Dormitory Authority. And without those funds, we wouldn't be able to do the things that we're doing. And we are doing a lot. And again, I want to thank you for those funds that are being made available to our city. And Peter did talk about 1.2 about sometimes and I think maybe it was you, Senator, that said, you know, sometimes it's difficult to access this money even after you're awarded it, and that takes time, and I understand that. But if there was a more expeditious way to get monies to our community, because we don't have the money in the bank account to back up the money that we know we're eventually going to get. So some of these projects take longer than they should. But I think that, you know, also in the last minute here, and I know we'll have the opportunity to talk, you know, some interaction, is the issues of gun violence in our city. We have seen a large increase in individuals who have been the victim of gunfire, and many communities across the state have. Poughkeepsie has had a particular problem in recent months with that. We are a give city, which is extremely important, and resources that we get through GIVE and partnering with the state police and other partners are critical to public safety and safe streets. And without that, people don't feel comfortable, which also then impacts economic development. And I know there was a discussion, also a point about poverty and being able to lift people where they want to go. But if you don't have a safe community, many of these things that we want to do, like the $4 million we're going to invest in our park system over the next 2 years, become more difficult because we're dealing with these things. So I could go on, and I know I can't, Senator, but I appreciate, you know, the opportunity. But there are many things that we do that you help us with, and I want to say thank you for that. And I do know that there are challenges, and look forward to the discussions for the upcoming budget season for the legislature. And I can speak on behalf of everyone here. We're here to help.
I appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you. Mayor Mann.
Good morning, Chairman Cooney, Senator Griffo. I appreciate the opportunity to share a few of my pressing concerns with you. My name is Patrick Madden, Mayor of the City of Troy. I'm completing my 6th year in office. Out of necessity, a good deal of my time has been focused on our city's finances, so I would therefore today like to focus my comments on 2 particular aspects of city finance. And I'll probably get a little more in the weeds than my previous speakers, and the previous speakers. I hope I can hold your attention. The first has to do with how we generally fund city operations. Our 3 most significant sources of funding are property taxes, sales taxes, and state aid. Together in Troy, they constitute a full 80% of our general fund operating expense revenues. And I think that's probably fairly typical in small cities across New York State. In my experience, any entity that relies on so few sources for such a high percent of its revenue is by definition vulnerable. And that concern is compounded by the variability and the unreliability inherent in these 3 sources. I'll talk first on state aid. For the most part, state aid has been static for the past 12 years. At best, that means a loss each year. In times of fiscal stress in our economy, however, as was witnessed last year during COVID and once during the Pattison administration, the amount of those funds is at risk. We also witnessed the previous governor use it as a wedge to leverage concessions from the legislature and, in fact, whittle it down with respect to towns and villages. The fact that it has remained static for the last several years should not lull us into a sense that it is reliable. It remains subject to political winds as well as the state's overall fiscal health, factors over which we at a local level have no control. Sales tax. The growth in sales tax over the past couple of years has truly been a godsend, and I will admit it has been an important factor in my success in righting the financial ship in the city of Troy. However, and once again, the recent past should not be viewed as a guarantee of future results. As was illustrated last year, and again in the recession of 2008, sales tax revenue can sharply decline and without advance notice. This, too, is revenue over which we have no control. And rounding out the top 3 streams is property tax. While we do exert some control over real estate taxes, it is limited. Raising property taxes is always politically difficult, but in lower income communities, it can create real hardship. And small cities tend to have the lowest income census tracts in their respective counties. Of course, the elephant in the room is the state-imposed tax cap. It is generally manageable when the economy is good, but for the first time since its implementation, we are now experiencing real inflation. Capping levy growth at the lower of the rate of inflation, or 2%, is effectively a cut when you're looking at an inflation rate of 5%. I believe the formula should be reversed. It should be the higher of the rate of inflation, or 2%. Our smaller cities' fiscal health is built on a very fragile three-legged stool. When the economy is strong and growing, funding our operations is generally manageable if done prudently. However, in times when the economy is stagnant or contracting and the demand for services increase, it is then that the weaknesses in this model become apparent. This inverse relationship, the need for greater resources, precisely at the time when fewer are available, highlights the variability of our revenue streams and leads to most, if not all, of the bad practices that get cities into trouble. And you can take it from me, Troy is 2 months away from coming out of a MAC that we have been under for 25 years. I do not know, as I sit here, what the answer is. I'm sorry to highlight what I see to be a problem and not be able to offer solutions. I know it irritates me when my staff does that. I just think it's important to start this dialogue before it becomes a crisis. We must start thinking about more resilient ways to fund city operations. A deep recession will be catastrophic for cities across the state. The second item I would like to raise today relates to tax-exempt properties and their impact on tax base of most cities. I don't come here speaking against all tax exemptions. I spent decades in the nonprofit sector. I fully understand what tax-exempt entities provide our society. What I am concerned about is how the burden of those exemptions is distributed. And I'll use Troy, I'm sorry, I'm running long, but I will use Troy as a quick example because I don't think we are an outlier. Roughly 45% of the value of our properties are tax exempt. What are those properties? Mostly they include hospitals, emergency care centers, county facilities, the county office building, Department of Motor Vehicles, the jail, the county courthouse, supported housing for the mentally ill, the drug addicted victims of domestic violence, rehab centers, churches, colleges, universities, and so forth. These facilities and programs serve not just our residents, but the residents throughout the county. For a host of reasons, it makes sense to centralize them in city centers. I get that. And I don't for a minute begrudge these tax-exempt entities, nor do I begrudge their impact on our tax rolls. I'm delighted to host them, but it is patently unfair that our residents bear the burden to serve residents that live in the wealthier and lower tax communities that surround us. When our rate of tax exemption hovers around 45%, the surrounding towns have a rate of about 5%. When someone from town X on our border needs hospital services or a supported living environment for their mother, or wants to sue someone in court, or has a nephew that goes to jail or needs rehab, they come to Troy and enjoy those services at a lower cost because those entities don't pay real estate taxes. The residents of the city of Troy pay county taxes to cover health department, mental health, other services within the county's purview. And this is no different. The cost of providing services to entities that provide services more broadly than those who live in our city needs to be more equitably shared. Again, I'm sorry, I don't have a specific proposal, but I do think we need to acknowledge this inequity and begin a discussion on how to make this fairer. As government continues its reliance on nonprofit sector to deliver services, this problem will only grow worse. There is already widespread opposition to the siting of new tax-exempt uses in our city by resident taxpayers. That resentment feels both shameful and understandable at the same time. Cities cannot continue to bear this burden to the exclusion of neighboring communities. This is another long overdue conversation that needs to be had. My concluding thought is that the state does not do well unless its local, constituent, individual communities do well. It behooves us all to talk more about how we finance cities and how we keep them healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Madden, and thank you all for delivering impassioned testimony. I will say I was smiling when you were speaking, Mayor Rolson, because the depth of what mayors know is just unbelievable, and we're grateful to all of you for being great stewards and representatives of your cities. How we're going to move forward, and first, before I move forward, let me just acknowledge and welcome my colleague, Senator May, Rachel May, from the great city of Syracuse, who's here, and she's been a wonderful advocate for cities outside of the city of New York. But before Senator May says a few words, how we'll work this next section of this panel is that we'll each take time to ask a question. You can direct it to an individual panelist, or it can be directed to the table as a whole. I will ask that we keep the Q&A limited to about 2 minutes so that per question, so that we can get as many questions as is possible. So before we jump into that, I want to give Senator May the opportunity to say a few words.
Is this on? Thank you, Senator Cooney. It's great to be here, and I really appreciate you for bringing this, making this happen, because I think our upstate cities have not had the kind of attention that they deserve. And so I apologize for missing most of your testimony, but I'm really happy to be here and hope to engage on this issue of tax exemption, because I think it's a huge issue, and I'm glad that you're raising it with such clarity. As Senator Cooney said, I live in Syracuse. We have a big issue with the I-81, for example, but also a lot of just all the issues that the smaller cities in the state have: concentrated poverty, racial segregation, disinvestment in the housing stock, and a lot of the great things that upstate cities have. And I do believe we're going to see an influx of people wanting to move to this region of the world. I think we've got fresh water. We've got 4 pretty pleasant seasons. We have a lot of things that are lacking, increasingly lacking elsewhere in the world. And so I want us to be prepared and really to be doing the long-term planning to make sure that we're ready to welcome the people who I think are going to want to come here. So I just am grateful to you for the work that you do, and to this committee for what you've been doing. It's amazing. The listening tour you did was really an amazing thing. So anyway, thanks for giving me a moment.
Thank you, Senator May. I want to build off for the first question something that all of you mentioned, which is the impact of public safety. Mayor David, you talked about the role on the employment side and the management side of fire and police. But I can't even start today's conversation without acknowledging that in my hometown, the great city of Rochester, we are struggling with just a record amount of violence in our community. It's very troubling. It's very disheartening to see the impact that this violence has had on the citizens of Rochester. We've seen some good leadership from our mayor and from our county executive and local law enforcement community coming together to try to figure this out. But we've had 75 homicides in the city of Rochester alone this year. And a lot of that is gun violence. And so my question to the mayors is, what has worked in your community? Whether it's the GIVE program, SNUG program, what have you seen in other communities, perhaps outside of the state of New York, to begin to address this level of violence? And also, what can we do as state lawmakers, whether it's public policy or whether it's through a funding program, to help empower your cities, take control, and keep your citizens safe, no matter what part of this great state of New York you live in? So I'll kind of throw it out to the panel as a whole, and anyone who feels comfortable jump in.
Senator, and thank you for that. And as a former police officer of 26 years, these are challenging times for sure. And thinking of Poughkeepsie, and I was speaking with command staff, we recently just gave our GIVE statistics to DCJS. We've had 30 people shot in the city of Poughkeepsie this year. There were 15 all of last year. That's unprecedented. And the type of violence that communities are dealing with is is different than it was a few years ago, with the age of the perpetrators dropping because they are getting access to guns. These are primarily gang-related shootings. Almost all of them are. And it's difficult from an enforcement aspect. You can't flood the streets with police officers everywhere. They don't exist. And that's not what the community wants either. But so we're a Safe Street Task Force also community, which is FBI, ATF, RPD, then you throw GIV in, which is state police and other local law enforcement. We have the resources in the amount of brain power we know who these individuals are for the most part. And there is the short-term solution, which the public wants. There is the long-term solution, which the public wants, of programmatic activities to keep children away from gangs and to keep them occupied within the school system. We have a children's cabinet in the city of Poughkeepsie that was started in 2019 with the Poughkeepsie City School District. We're the only city in the state of New York, outside of New York City, that has this cabinet. It's in partner with Harvard and the Educational Redesign Lab there. We're making good progress there. This is a collaboration of all the community stakeholders. That's short-term, but more long-term within the school system, because one of the statistics I think is so important, 80% of a child's life is spent outside of the school, 20% inside the school. So a community, right, as the city of Poughkeepsie, we have a greater responsibility to help these children and their families when they're outside the school system, which places a large burden on our community, but it is a burden that we take on wholeheartedly because we know that helps. But again, so I think like what I had mentioned to you was the GIVE program. We are a snug city as well. We have many of those assets here, but because there is this also thought of just no one's responsible for anything. Individuals who are getting caught and apprehended with guns are not seeing the same sanctions that they once saw. And they are back out on the street, they have access to guns, and there is also, and this is the most tragic and heartbreaking part of this problem that we're all facing, is that people have devalued human life for a variety of reasons and have no problem using a firearm indiscriminately. So I think that on the short-term end, we know that additional GIVE funding to us is very helpful. We get about $160,000 a year right now. An additional $34,000, and this is important, we get from GIVE, which goes to anti-gang curriculum through the school system. That's called the Phoenix curriculum, and we believe that is successful. We know that the individuals who have gone through that program have not been involved in gang activity. So that, that's that long term. And I definitely don't want to take too much more time here, but there are programs out there that are working. Funding is obviously a challenge. We need to have those resources because they work. At the same time, we need additional funds, say through GIVE and other programs, where we can increase our presence on the street. Right now, we have a partnership going with the state police. We're seeing additional state police assets, uniform presence. They made a gun collar the other night, one of the first nights they were in the city, while we had 2 shootings. So we know that those types of responses, the public wants to see that. We're reacting to that, and I want to thank the division, state police, for their assistance. But it is a multifaceted problem that requires collaboration that exists, and I could say it exists in these cities right next to me, because I know they do, and that it just has gotten to the point where it's gotten so large, it's very difficult to manage. But I do believe that many of the things are in place that just need additional resources to expand it. And that's not just the law enforcement side, that is the programmatic side.
So
And
capacity.
It has to be,
is what-
because,
yeah.
we had it, and I'll end with this, and I'm sorry that I'm taking probably way too much time. After I took office, we had a major federal and state investigation into gang activity in the city of Poughkeepsie. It had been going on for several years, a couple of years at least. 31 individuals were taken off the streets. This is before this type of activity was going on, and this was drug activity and violence. It just stopped. And then eventually it starts up again. But those are the type of long-term things that you just can't count on. But you need that as well as you need the long-term solutions, giving people a chance to get out of poverty and have the things that they deserve. Jobs, job placement. We're working right now, the city got money through the former governor's initiative for gun violence and workforce investment board. Money's about $360,000. We're working on that to get some employment opportunities. So just a bunch of different things that are out there need to be strengthened, but also need to continue. We can't stop them for lack of funding. That's our challenge.
Understood. Any other comments?
Sure. Senator, I obviously agree very much with what my colleague said. As you know, it's a very layered approach. In the city of Binghamton, half of all children live in poverty, a third of families live in poverty. We've had 2 homicides in 2021. And our approach, I think, has certainly been very similar. But if you really want to address crime, we have to look at the root causes of crime, whether it's joblessness, unemployment, poverty, food insecurity, a lack of safe, quality, affordable housing. In Binghamton, what we've done is we've taken or targeted areas of the city that have had the highest volume of police calls historically. And we have went in, not just with police, but with a lot of different departments simultaneously. We worked with a local nonprofit organization, and we secured a grant from the state of New York through HCR, Home and Community Renewal. Literally, the nonprofits purchased almost all of the homes on that street, multifamily homes. It was about a $10 million grant from the state of New York, rehabilitated all of most of those homes, not all of the homes, most of the homes on that street. That went from the street, it was Crandall Street, at one time had the highest volume of police calls in any given year. Now it is one of the quietest, nicest, safest streets in that area north of Main Street on the west side. The area that you visited on the north side of the city of Binghamton, a census tract with a high degree of poverty, took a blighted plaza, another grant through HCR in the state of New York, a $20 million affordable housing project with a grocery store on the first floor, which you saw. So we addressed blight, we addressed housing insecurity, food insecurity. Without question, there's a programmatic element that needs to be put in place too. In Binghamton, we're building the first ever youth and community center because we need to grow. We have outgrown our partnership with the city school district, and they have to use their facilities when they need them, and we need our own facility. And we have a whole host of additional youth-centered programs to address younger and younger age groups, because we have seen, as Mayor Rollison said, younger and younger individuals being involved in very serious, sorts of crimes. So we fund a variety of different programs through different nonprofit organizations. But it's also important that we support the police department and give them the tools and resources they need to succeed and recognize it is not their burden alone to deal with, this sort of issue. So that does mean adding police officers, adding training, investing in facilities. We recently worked with the state to expand our crime analysis center. I'm a big advocate of community policing, and that's how we build trust, continue to build trust with residents of the community. It means getting out of your cars and embracing bike patrols and foot patrols and creating opportunities where police don't only interact with kids because of a call or a response, but building those relationships, outside of those individual calls. And as the mayor said, the list really goes on and on, but there's so many different layers to this, and we have to have a holistic, approach. And in many of the initiatives I outlined, the state of New York played a pivotal and central role, directly or indirectly. Might have been through a Restore New York grant that helped demolish some of the blight that we used to make a site shovel-ready to build new construction. It could have been environmental remediation through a 4-acre parcel of land that we had through the DEC to help deal with the environmental issues, to help this affordable housing project move forward. Would be HCR and the incentives to bring these projects to fruition, a grant through DCJS to help expand our crime analysis centers. So the state does have a lot of resources. It is, I think, working with the individual municipalities, because there is no one-size-fits-all approach, but there's certainly many common elements where we embrace similar strategies, and we talk to each other about what best practices are, things that have worked in Troy and Poughkeepsie and other cities we embrace in Binghamton, and things that we've done in Binghamton are modeled in other communities as well, and the state, continues to be a good partner in that.
Thank you.
I would just echo most of those comments. You could replace Troy for Binghamton or Troy for Poughkeepsie and everything that's been said so far. But what I would like to just focus on is just to put a finer point on what Mayor David said about community policing. Earlier this year, it felt like I was swimming against the current, but I added police officers to our police department specifically for foot patrols. They are assigned in particular neighborhoods where we have hotspots and problems. They don't answer calls that come into dispatch. Their job is to create relationships in the community with the kids in the community, the residents of the community, to sit with them. Sometimes we bring our mobile command center out. It's developing relationships, it's developing trust, it's developing an understanding that public safety is a joint operation. It's not just the police department. The community has a vital role in providing for public safety. As a result of this, well, maybe that's a stretch. We had, in 2020, we had about 20 gun-related homicides. This year so far, we've had one. I can't say that what we have done has resulted in that. I'd love to take credit for it, and I probably will from time to time, but I think it's still too early to say, but it feels right. And we're developing relationships, and we're talking to people, and they're talking to us, people that have never talked to us before. The individuals who live in the highest crime areas, particularly people of color, want police in their neighborhoods. They don't want them speeding through. They want them walking, they want to know them, and they want the police to know them, and that's the model we're pursuing.
I appreciate that. Senator Griffo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have several questions, so if you want me to just try to direct them now, or we'll try to approach this from a macro perspective, maybe than a city-specific perspective. First, let me thank all of you for not only your leadership to your communities, but your work, because you're right. There is no more universal title of elective office across this globe than mayor, and you are truly the most accessible, the closest to the people, and the most accountable each and every day. So you do know what is happening in the life of our communities as well as our residents each and every day. And sometimes as we move on in government and move up in government, you tend to see that distance, and it causes more challenges and problems. So I want to express my appreciation to all of you for your service, particularly you, President David, because I know you are leaving office. Thank you for your service and leadership, too, as President of the Conference of Mayors, because that is also a great task and great responsibility, and I appreciate that, having had a similar opportunity. Peter never ages, though, so he looks good. So let me approach first, let me maybe start with you, President David. Public safety. We talk about quality of life, and we know that is essential. It's the lifeblood of all communities, and it's public work, it's public safety, it's public health. All these aspects are so essential in making our community so special. And from a public safety, you've talked about some of the challenges that you're facing, particularly we see uptick in crime. Are policies that are being passed in Albany or Washington having an impact too? For instance, we made changes to bail here. Are those having an adverse effect and impact on your ability to fight crime? I know we're hearing from law enforcement. I want to hear from a mayor's perspective.
Sure, and the answer to that is yes. The reality is, on the front line, from local sheriffs, local chiefs of police, it is much harder to protect our communities due to the handcuffs that are being put on judges, district attorneys, and police officers, who are on the front line. Some of the more common examples that I can think of that I hear directly from the chief of police have to do with drug-related arrests where in the past someone might be arrested, arraigned, taken to the local county jail, but instead are issued appearance tickets and continue to reoffend in the local communities. I mean, that's among the most common, and there's a variety of more in-depth sorts of issues as well. I do think that it would behoove the legislature to take a look at and revisit some of the modifications or changes that have been made. I think many mayors recognize the spirit with which the legislature was pursuing, and that is, dealing with, injustices that have existed, do exist with regards to the process that was in place. But this approach, I fear, has had the opposite consequence or intention than the desired approach. So that is something I think we would like revisited.
And the federal government had a program called COPS, which I know you're familiar with. Should we be looking at things like that at a state level too, to augment and assist your communities? I'll ask President David, then I'm going to move over quickly to each of the other mayors for something else.
Absolutely, and the city has applied for COPS grants in the past. Sometimes we get them, sometimes we don't. But the main to piggyback off what Mayor Madden had said. There's always each year there's an increase in volume of calls, whether it's across the state and municipalities as well. And these officers, they go from call to call to call. And the challenge is there's not always excess officers to deal with important programs like community policing. And so what COPS grants do is they help provide additional resources for very important programs because adding police is not the silver bullet. It's very important, but there needs to be enough officers in place to address the variety of different programs that exist within the department. The fire departments are able to get a SAFER grant, through the federal government, and grants through the state as well. Without question, that would be invaluable to municipalities.
Mayor Madden, on taxes, you talked about finances, and I think Peter will recall, we do have constitutional regulations that say we should be sharing at a certain percentage, which has been ignored for years. I mean, the Conference of Mayors has been talking about revenue sharing, AIM, for how many years, Peter? Decades.
At least 36,
Right,
I can tell you
36
that.
years. So the question is, what do you see that we need to do? I mean, it's obvious, right? We have a partnership that needs to be fulfilled, and it's not being done that way. Should there be any changes to that? Should we go into one specific type of funding for municipalities that has to be sustained and that commitment fulfilled each and every year? And are the mandates that are being passed really causing significant burdens to you too, which is something that we can address and should?
Sure, I do think that there needs to be some sort of sustained revenue sharing type program. I don't know how the details of that would work, but I think we do need to recognize, as I tried to point out, that cities serve a particular role in the larger community. And those who don't live in that city get the benefit of the role that we play without having to foot the bill for that role. And that bill is paid for by our taxpayers. Cities tend to be, again, the lowest income census tracts in most counties. So we have the population least able to bear that financial burden. And it does. It leads to resentment, and it's fair and it's understandable. So again, I'm not sure what the details of that would look like, or how we would formulate that so that it would be perceived to be fair, as well as actually being fair. But I think that's a dialogue that we need to engage in.
Would it be better for you if every mandate that was directed came with the appropriate funding?
Oh, absolutely. None of us here would deny that.
And then Mayor Rawlston, I'll end with this right now on economic development and infrastructure. Obviously very critical. It's an important part of any efforts that we have to recruit businesses. So two things. The first part on infrastructure. Do you believe that we should do something in the state of New York to match what the federal government is doing? Because you have a significant bill now, and yet it's still, in my opinion, not going to deal with many of the things that were discussed here, the underground utilities, as well as the roads and bridges, the broadband expansion that's necessary. We have rail that this is archaic. So what do you think needs to be done to ensure that over $1 trillion is being spent, but is going to be invested properly? And then And then I'll just follow up quickly with economic development after that. Just
Sure. I think there's, it's an interesting problem to have when you have these federal dollars that are going to become available. It's almost a capacity issue within city government to engineer, to bid out, and have these projects, take place. Right now, we have a consent decree. It's been there for many years with the DEC on stormwater separation in certain parts of the city. It's an old system, and in some parts, they combine, and that's not something that we want to do. That price tag to completely rehabilitate that part of our storm water and regular sewage going into the same pipe that goes to the water pollution control plant, but at times of heavy rain and spring runoff can be diverted into the Hudson River. That's about $40 million for us to do that. We've been doing it. Pump stations have been repaired. This is many of the dollars from EFC, from the state. But we had this conversation the other day about, yes, if the state of New York was able to commit more resources, absolutely. But I guess from a standpoint of a city of 30,000, about 350 employees, we needed additional engineering resources. Maybe there is a way that EFC and other funding partners would be able to provide some of the technical assistance, so when these types of dollars become available, whether it's state money or federal money, there was that term shovel-ready many years ago. We do have shovel-ready projects, I'm proud to say, that we can move forward. There's going to be a process, but additional resources on the technical side with money would be extremely helpful, because we want to rectify, these are environmental challenges that older cities have, and we are doing it, and we're doing it consistently, but it's going to take a long, long time at the current pace.
And I want to thank the chairman, because I have a great sensitivity and affinity for what these mayors are doing right now. So the last thing, and just quickly if you can,
Sure.
Economic development, and maybe all three in a very quick answer. The way we do it, can we do it differently, and should we do it better? I mean, the prior administration was all about let's compete, but yet there are such great unique needs. So downtown revitalization, all these programs, I personally believe there are better ways to do this. Do you agree that we can and should be doing things differently and better?
Well, I'll go real quickly here, Senator, and my good friend and colleague sits behind me here, Mayor Steve Noble of Kingston, who is a DRI winner. We are still waiting in Poughkeepsie to be that DRI winner, and we believe that we would be an extremely good steward of DRI money, and we have projects that are ready to go. But if we don't get it, we still want to do these projects. I will say, Senator, that we have CFAs have been very helpful to the city of Poughkeepsie through ESD. But to your point, yes, are there other ways other than competitions, to use that term? Yes, there could be. But I will say this, and then I'll end with this, is that the DRI program does give the city every year, and we look at this, extremely important funding aspect that we would love to have. We go through the process, it is helpful, it is stressful, but at the same time, it gives me the opportunity to look at all these great things that are going on in the city of Poughkeepsie as we make this application to ESD. And there are a lot of good things happening in the area of economic development, and sometimes it can be a little bit overwhelming for a small city. As Senator May said, people are moving to locations, and the city is seeing that, that sort of population shift from the lower part of our state into the Hudson Valley, as Troy and obviously Binghamton as well. And that's great, but also too, it does bring on some challenges for us to continue pace with economic development to meet the challenges and the needs of people who want to invest in the city, for sure.
Could we do it differently and better?
Yeah, I would just like to piggyback off that. Two specific areas. I think the answer is yes. I think the state has a lot of resources, and we all have benefited from them. I think speed of access can sometimes be an issue where, listen, we understand it's bureaucracy, there are hurdles, but sometimes when these applications are not rolling, you can only apply during a certain period of time over the year. Sometimes developers have projects that are ready to go now, and these waits cause delays from a financial standpoint. We're seeing that as a result of the pandemic, certainly how time and supply chain issues impacts the cost of materials. So speed of access to these funds And also, it does seem there are times that there are other areas of the state that are able to move quicker than other areas. So addressing the speed issue, and then sometimes I hear from developers, there's so many strings associated with the grants, particularly in upstate cities. So we understand why there are certain requirements, MWBE, other sorts of requirements, in downstate, but they're not always those vendors in a large geographic area in some of the rural areas of upstate. So they sometimes have difficulties meeting the thresholds, might have difficulty getting approval for the lower thresholds, or simply have to pay more to the one vendor that may have a monopoly, or that vendor might be outside of their geographical area. And I'll define the geographical area as the zones the state has set up, for these sort of competitions. I have developers sometimes that have to deal with companies in New York City just to meet the criteria. So you're taking money outside of your zone, so to speak, when you want to keep as much money in the area as possible. I think there are ways that it can be done better, but I think we certainly have to recognize, too, that a lot of money has certainly been invested in upstate that we've benefited from, and we are appreciative of that.
So speaking as the latest DRI recipient just last Saturday, I do think speed of accessing these resources is critical. I have 26 months left in my term. I'm termed out, and I really am questioning whether we'll get access to the resources in time for me to undertake the projects that we've conceived of. Relative to the question of competition, I think there are always pluses and minuses in a competitive system. I think what we lose in the current competitive system is a lack of regional synergy. So there are things that we do in Troy that Kathy Sheen does not do in Albany because we do it better in Troy, and vice versa. We don't want to compete with each other in that sense. We want to be viewed as part of a region and complementing the work of each other. So Troy, Albany, and Schenectady work in close collaboration with each other. In a wholly competitive situation, we don't really get to build on those synergies. We don't lift an entire region. People travel more freely between cities than they did when I was a kid. The range of our daily commute, the range of our daily business transactions is much broader. I would like to be able to see a system that can tap into and build on regional synergy.
Thank
you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Before I turn it over to Senator May, just a note, we are going to build off this conversation around DRI and downtown development. We're going to switch panels 2 and 3 so that Mayor Noble can testify next. So next panel will be on downtown development revitalization initiatives, followed then by panel 2, infrastructure, build back better. Senator May.
Yeah, thank you. So first, I just want to go back to the discussion about criminal justice reform and say I went to a meeting a few weeks ago. It was really productive. It was a neighborhood meeting, and I had a really great discussion with a police officer there. And two things became evident in that. One was that his understanding of the laws that we passed and our understanding of the laws that we passed are really different. And there needs to be a lot more dialogue and education, I think, about what can and can't be done. But the other one was about the data, and the data on crime rates in Syracuse anyway, the perception of a spike in crime and the data do not confirm that. And especially the data on numbers of people who are charged, given a ticket to appear in court, and then reoffend, that actually, as far as anyone's able to collect the data, that is a very low number. So figuring out how we get the information as policymakers, and it's not just rumor or kind of some self-affirming kind of system, but that we're actually making our decisions based on real data is extremely important. So that's just a comment, but I had a question following up about the public safety. There's a really alarming statistic in Syracuse about housing instability, and that at least a quarter of Syracuse residents move every year, which to my mind, creates less safe neighborhoods because people don't know each other, and just generally makes it harder for example, if you want community policing, but the community is changing that rapidly, it's much harder to be in touch with people. So I'm just wondering if home ownership has been something you have looked at as a crime-fighting policy potentially, and to what extent housing stability is something that you're working on, and if you have any good ways that you have addressed that.
Yeah, sure. I think that's a very important point, and I think without question, homeownership does play a significant role. And the comment that you made is very similar that I hear from our local school superintendent when they look at graduation rates and what some of the challenges are to getting higher graduation rates, and how many students may start in September, but they're, because of housing or being transient, don't even make it to the end of that year. And home ownership, or at least stable housing, plays a critical role in that. So without question, there's a couple different things that we focus on. One is partnering with the land bank and making sure that homes that get foreclosed on for back taxes, that we stop this cycle of these properties are just being auctioned off to the highest bidder, which is typically some bad actors that may come in, not invest in those properties, just continue to offer substandard housing, and then the homes that are auctioned off today are the homes we have to demolish tomorrow because there's no investment in that. So partnering with our land bank to acquire homes that can be salvaged and entering them into something like a first-time home buyer program or other sorts of owner-occupied programs that have income eligibility requirements, so that we can provide low to moderate income housing, not simply in complexes or larger multi-unit buildings, but actually taking the homes. Because oftentimes it starts with, you may have a perfectly good street, but I use this analogy of the one dilapidated home is the broken tooth and the smile of a street, so to speak. That blighted property ends up becoming boarded up. It's a magnet for criminal activity, and that activity can sometimes push other neighbors, out of those neighborhoods as well. So strong, healthy, vibrant neighborhoods, without question, play a pivotal role. And there are a lot of existing programs in place, so I don't think that any of us really need to reinvent the wheel, but it's an issue of getting those properties, and in our area, it's working with the county so they don't just auction them off to the highest bidder. The land bank is a great partner, but also getting the resources to invest and rehabilitate those properties. That's a primary factor. And I will say that the ARPA funds, the federal stimulus funds that came in, we're using a significant portion of those funds for affordable housing, and particularly to partner with our land bank to address the issue that you have right now. Many of us that are entitlement communities and that may get CDBG funds through the Department of Housing and Urban Development are able to use a portion of those funds to invest in first-time home buyer programs as well. But anything we can do to invest in those resources, I think plays a pivotal role in stabilizing neighborhoods.
Great, thank you. And Mayor Madden, I wanted to just, because I don't want to take too much time, but go back to what you were saying about tax exemption in cities. So in Syracuse, we have all the same things as you enumerated, but I also wanted to point out there's a lot of just surface parking, like people use the streets, the space of the city for commuting or coming in, and that, I don't know how that gets calculated into the mix of maybe not necessarily tax exempt property, but unproductive land that isn't otherwise on the tax rolls in the way that a dense city would be. And in Syracuse, and I don't know if this is a statewide thing, but we're seeing an awful lot of homes being turned into churches and used as tax exempt properties as well. And you don't want to discourage the practice of religion, but it is a real concern that people are doing that. And I don't know if that was happening elsewhere, and if anybody has.
I can't say that I've seen homes being turned into churches. I do agree with you on parking lots. I think that's the most ineffective use of real estate in an urban setting. In our instance, we don't have a lot of public surface parking lots, so we're not losing revenue to a non-tax paying use. But there is an opportunity cost. It's real estate that's not developed to its highest potential. And that's a challenge we deal with in a car-centric community. If I could, I would just like to go back to the prior point on housing stability. It's a shocking statistic you gave. I'd love to understand a little bit more what drives that. I come from a 30-year background in developing and providing affordable housing opportunities. Affordable housing stability is key. Housing isn't just a building. Housing is the platform off of which we all build our lives. The stability of that platform, the reliability of that platform dictates how you will live your life. If you are moved around because you can't afford your housing, you have a terrible landlord, the place leaks, it's got mold, the kids have asthma, that's going to affect your ability at work. It's going to affect your kids' ability at school. It's going to affect the healthcare system in your community. Housing is absolutely key. It's essential. It's something we all need to be paying attention to.
Thank you. Thank you all.
I'm going to go back to Peter for this, but feel free if you have thoughts or ideas to jump in. I think it's important to talk about AIM aid in a meaningful way. And we know that, and some of you have referenced this in your testimony today, the formula hasn't been updated in 12 plus years. There's this interceptor that it's misleading in terms of our state's obligation to make sure that our cities are certainly getting all the operational support they can do. But yet we find ourselves in an annual conundrum, which is where you all come and talk to the legislature about your needs in your cities, and you testify during a local government hearing, and yet we go away and the legislature says, yes, we want to do more in operational aid, but then never gets to you. And I wonder if there's a model, rather than trying to tweak or change the formula, if there's a different model happening, Peter, in another state, as you're talking to mayors associations from across the country, that we could look at in terms of supporting cities here in New York. And if there's not another model, then what are some incremental changes we can do? Because it seems to me that it's either an all or nothing approach. Either we change the formula and it's an entirely new ballgame for city mayors, or we do nothing and we keep the status quo. Any comments on that, Peter?
Well, yeah, first of all, I mean, there are other states that do a better job of funding their local governments. I know Massachusetts, for example, I meet with the state league director there. I know they have a better tradition of a growing commitment to their local governments. And I'd certainly be happy to gather up some information on other states that are doing it better. I agree with you 100%. I mean, to just keep going back and asking for more AIM funding, there's just this inertia built around it. It's just, that it's not going to happen, frankly, in its current model. What we're talking about, I alluded to our executive committee met, we want to keep AIM as a base source of funding and then create a new program on top of it, or wrap around a new name to the two components, the AIM component and the new component. But that new component, it's got to be rational. It's got to address the things these mayors talked about, tax-exempt property. There is no formula to AIM right now, in case you don't know. You just get the same amount you got last year, plus or minus. For the last 12 years, it's just been no change. There needs to be a rational formula for how it's allocated. I think there needs to be an expectation of how much is going to be funded in total from year to year. Mayor Griffo alluded to provisions in law. We wish it had been in the Constitution. Unfortunately, it was in the state finance law saying that 8% of state tax revenue should go to local governments. The legislature, year after year, used notwithstanding language in the budget to ignore that requirement. They ultimately got rid of it. These mayors and mayors across the state receive less than 1% of all state revenues in the form of AIM funding. What we're talking about is let's create a new program. Initially, at a minimum, let's do a cost of living adjustment from 12 years ago of the $715 million in AIM funding, which would be approximately $210 million. But let's allocate that in a rational way, and we can have a conversation and share our input on what we think makes the most sense. It shouldn't be based on class of government. It should be based on services provided, population, poverty, all, a variety of factors. This is not the view of the Conference of Mayors, but I have said this for years, that if cities, which we've acknowledged, they're important, if they received 10% of what the school aid increase is every year, if that went to AIM funding, these cities would be in so much better shape right now for reliable, I think minimal, based on all the important roles they play on behalf of the state. We'd be in such better shape right now. Are we going to make up for all that lost revenue and aid in one fell swoop? No. But I think this is the year that we have a new governor. I think she has clearly expressed a more positive view about local governments and partnering with local governments. So I think we have to take advantage of that opportunity and the interest the legislature has expressed year after year to finally move that ball forward and keep AIM where it is, but let's do something new that makes sense and reinvest in our municipalities across the state.
Well, I'll just say that this committee, and I want to thank Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins for having the confidence and to create this committee to have these types of hearings, conversations, roundtables on a consistent basis is really important to delivering that innovation through public policy and these changes that we've talked about. As some of you know, I had the great pleasure of serving as the Chief of Staff for the City of Rochester, and we would do the same thing over and over again. And here we are in my hometown in Rochester, starting a new mayor's administration. Mayor-elect Evans has been selected by the voters, and I don't want to see him face the same challenges that mayors 30 years prior have faced. This is an opportunity to invest in our cities because we know the incredible work that all of you are doing. And I hope that this committee will be an advocate and a supporter in that process for us to reinvent our commitment to urban innovation across the state of New York, not just in the 5 boroughs of New York City, but upstate, downstate, and all the way across. So we're committed to doing that work. This committee, in a bipartisan fashion, is committed to doing that work, and I hope you'll see some meaningful public policy as the Conference of Mayors continues to do its advocacy work. So thank you on the AIM position. At this point, we are going to move forward to the next panel. I thank you for your testimony. I want to invite the Downtown Development Revitalization Initiatives panel. That's Mayor Steve Noble from the City of Kingston, Kevin Schwab from Center State CEO, and Adam Zarenko from the New York Land Bank Association. As we make the transition, I want to encourage all of our panelists to keep their masks on while sitting at the table, but of course, if you feel comfortable removing it when you're speaking, that's fine. But we ask that we maintain as much safety as we can in the hearing room. Thank you. And just a reminder, if you are here to testify, we encourage you to sign in at the back table if you haven't already done so. So again, this is the Downtown Development Panel focused on revitalization initiatives. And we'll remind each of our panelists to please keep your remarks to 5 minutes. And please note the clock here in front of us. And then we'll have a chance for some Q&A. So Mayor Noble, it's good to see you again. I'm glad you can make the trip here to Albany. We're grateful for the work then hosting us a few weeks back when we had a roundtable in your city, and we invite you to kick us off here.
Well, thank you, Senator Cooney, and thank you, Senators. I'm going to read today to keep us to the 5 minutes. And so, again, my name is Steve Noble, the mayor of the city of Kingston. I've been mayor since 2016, and this is a really wonderful opportunity for us to be able to share our thoughts about downtown revitalization. And I'm here today to speak in particular about the necessity of investing in our downtowns, while also ensuring that we don't displace our longtime residents during and after these needed investments. Cities, by their very nature, draw people to them. The architecture, sense of place, and vibrancy captivate visitors and provide locals with a sense of pride, identity, and community. A lively downtown district is indicative of a successful city at large, and investments made in downtowns inevitably bolster the rest of the community. In Kingston, we are unique in that we have 3 downtown areas, and we have seen firsthand that the type of investments that can help rejuvenate a city. We are the proud recipient, as mentioned earlier, of the 2017 Downtown Revitalization Initiative, which was focused on our historic Uptown area, which was, by the way, the site of the first capital of New York State. Through the $10 million, we have now been able to leverage $70 million in public and private investment, and that's just the beginning in this neighborhood of our city. We've also worked to rebuild our downtown areas by investing in capital projects. One important type of investment is creating streets that are safe, accessible, and beautiful. In Kingston, our Broadway corridor was completely refurbished and now includes new sidewalks, new bicycle and transit infrastructure, trees and green infrastructure, all while we're replacing a 100-year-old sewer system. The project cost over $8 million and was supported by both state funds and local taxpayers. By providing infrastructure for visitors and residents to traverse the city more quickly and safely, businesses in our city can cater to more customers and share their services with wider audiences. My primary hope of any investment in a city is that it translates to further development of our main streets, and which bolster our local businesses. A vibrant local economy is the vehicle that propels the city toward a positive future, and targeted investments are the fuel for that vehicle. As these decisions are made, it is crucial that we as elected officials keep displacement and equity at the forefront of our minds. While we want to support growth in our cities as much as possible, our true responsibility is to represent all residents in our communities. A plan for development that leaves significant portions of the population behind or displaces folks within the community is not a plan worth pursuing. Development must be guided by sound principles while making sure that every action is reviewed through an equity lens and its impact on the communities most vulnerable. In Kingston, we've tried to accomplish this by developing a brand new form-based zoning code, having affordable housing mandates for all new development, and creating policies that enable our existing residents to remain. As I conclude, I want to emphasize that the work that Kingston has been able to do would not have been possible without direct state support. The support we have received has been through competitive grant applications. Each application is time-consuming and requires a large amount of our own internal financial resources to pursue, and we have to match these funds. I urge the Senate, as you continue to discuss, to make investments directly to benefit our cities and allow for more direct aid to support our efforts to build back better. This can be done by growing our AIM payments, supporting continued CHIPS increases, creating a CHIPS-like program for sewer and water infrastructure, and by reducing the state aid required match amounts on all of these competitive grant applications. I want to just thank you for your opportunity to share with you some of my experiences, and I just want to conclude by mentioning that our cities, I believe, are vital to the state's economic redevelopment as we come out of COVID. We in the city of Kingston have seen many new residents flock to our community, but we as cities have also seen residents move out of our cities when we're not able to provide the right safety, the right type of housing, and the right business growth to be able to create jobs. And so thank you for the opportunity today to be able to discuss these matters, and I look forward to answering any questions you have later on.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Zrenko.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, committee members, for having me today. I'm Adam Zarenko. I'm the president of the New York State Land Bank Association, and we advocate on behalf of New York's now 26 land banks, including land banks that serve all of the mayors that have spoken today, and all of your districts are served by land banks as well. We continue to grow. I'm also the executive director of the Albany County Land Bank, so I have a lot of on-the-ground and in the community experience, and I'm here today to basically just share about some of the work we're doing and some of the opportunities and challenges we're facing. The New York State's Land Bank program, for those that's not familiar, was established in 2012 in response to the 2008 foreclosure crisis, but we've really been working to unpack and reverse the damage caused by practices and policies dating back to the redlining practices that harm a lot of our cities in upstate New York and across the country, suburban migration patterns and the hollowing out of the region's cores, the 2008 foreclosure crisis, now COVID and the affordability crisis, and we expect a pretty big wave of vacant and abandoned properties coming through both the economic impacts in the wake of COVID, but also more and more practitioners across the country are acknowledging climate change impacts to be one of the largest drivers of abandonment of vacant properties as we go forward. New York's land banks serve about 70% of New York State's population right now with the land banks that we have, not including the city of New York, which does not have a land bank, but just about everywhere else does, all the major upstate cities. We're nationally acknowledged as one of the most proactive and effective community development tools, especially as we work towards creating equity and addressing the tremendous racial and economic housing disparities that plague a lot of our cities. Cities like Buffalo and Albany have among the largest black and white home ownership gaps for cities with the number of black households in the nation. And so, for the state of New York and for the communities that we serve, there's certainly a big challenge there, but we see that as a very big opportunity. We've collectively, the numbers are in your packet, please take an opportunity to look at them, but collectively, so far since we've been established, we've put about $250 million of incentivized private investment into rehabbing vacant and abandoned properties, which has been about $100 million plus of assessed value returning to the tax rolls, eliminated over 1,200 vacant and blighted structures, and responsibly disposed is the word I use, over 2,400 buildings and lots, which means that we all take a look at where these properties are going and use the ability to leverage our state powers and unique authority to create outcomes that the government can't and the real estate market has proven that they responsibly won't. And so, we take a look at every single sale, whether it's a vacant lot in one of our distressed neighborhoods or, a large-scale redevelopment effort. We're really trying to be deliberate and thoughtful of the outcomes and make sure that it's consistent with community goals, consistent with municipal plans. And I think a lot of the local leaders would realize and acknowledge that real change happens on the local level, and by working in lockstep with land banks, we can control those sites and we can create those outcomes. If you can't control those sites, you cannot create those outcomes. We've seen that through the tax auction process. The neighborhoods that can afford it the least have to bear the greatest cost when you deal with tax foreclosed vacant abandoned properties that way. The challenge for us is that the state money that we were using to become one of the national leaders in this practice is being depleted. By the end of this year, the bank settlement funds that the New York State Attorney General's office secured and allocated towards land banks through the Community Revitalization Initiative, those funds are gone at the end of this year, and there's no new monies. That's about $72 million over 8 or 9 years we've leveraged to create these. A lot of land banks are in a very weak position right now, at the same time that we don't have these grants to change the economics of these buildings to address the economic damage caused by the generations of disinvestment. At the same time, we're facing the wave of properties that's coming. So it's an inflection point for us, and we do feel the looming affordability crisis behind us, as well as the eviction crisis we're all well aware of that can materialize when the moratoriums lift. So, I'm happy to talk more about land banks, but we're really here today on behalf of all the state land banks to let you know that we are here and have been here and want to continue to be here to work with local governments, the real estate market, community nonprofits, community members, and our partners at the state to continue being a leader in land banking, but also revitalizing our neighborhoods block by block, house by house. I think New York needs this, especially if we want to do equitable recovery and build back stronger. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schwab.
Good morning, Chairman Cooney, Senators May and Griffo. Thank you so much for having us. I'm Kevin Schwab, Vice President of Public Policy and Government Relations for Center State CEO in Syracuse. We're a business leadership and economic development organization covering a 12-county region. Every day our team goes to work with a mission that's pretty clear. It's to make business thrive and all people prosper within our region. And I bring that up because it guides exactly where we're hoping to go and the alignment of really the focus of this committee. I certainly appreciate the recent Regenerate Cities tour that you did. The focus was crucial for what we see as growth in the next phase of this state and opportunities that are basically on our doorstep, but that we have to take action to ultimately take advantage of them. With this in mind, I'd like to touch on just a few of those opportunities that affect serious issues and competitive challenges facing small and mid-sized cities. And these include the need to accelerate development of our homegrown technologies and companies with potential for high growth, investment in infrastructure, and the need to strategically position the state to maximize the federal infrastructure investments that are coming and really maximize those dollars for New York. Advance skills development and talent attraction, and recognize our growing housing issues that are worsening very rapidly. So under these four categories I've touched on, we see promising, really several promising policy solutions, but given the time we have to work with, I'll focus on one in each area. As it relates to acceleration of homegrown tech and new companies, we would urge the state to take a good hard look at expanding New York's angel investment tax credit. To drive early stage private investment in our state's post-pandemic wave of startup companies, New York should expand its angel tax credit to place us among the nation's leaders. Prior to the pandemic, we were enjoying impressive growth among tech startups, and during the pandemic, that number has actually accelerated dramatically. We see a lot of new companies forming. Unfortunately, the investment that goes with those has not accelerated. The funding is simply not there. In 2020, new business startups increased by more than 25% across the U.S. This is consistent with what we've encountered at our incubator, the Tech Garden in downtown Syracuse. Tech startups led by entrepreneurs from traditionally underrepresented groups, by the way, face additional challenges when it comes to raising that early stage capital. And while many of these new companies hold the potential for breakthroughs and impressive new products, a number of them are going to fail. The majority of them are going to fail. And a lot of them, it's not because of their tech. It is because of the lack of early stage investment. So New York's current tax credits for angel investors are very limited in their application and near the bottom of the scale nationally. More than 20 states have instituted these credits, ranging from 10 to 60% for qualifying investments. New York's at 10, by the way. A 2020 BYU study of angel investor credits shows that angel investments increased by 31% in the states that have the most robust credits, nearly double the increase that we see in states with low credits. With this in mind, we would encourage New York State to strongly consider a 50% angel investor tax credit for investments of up to $500,000, an additional 10% incentive for investing in companies led by traditionally underrepresented groups. This would place New York in a leading position with peers around the country. Second recommendation, related to infrastructure, reactivate New York's Build Now, Shovel Ready certification program. The term shovel ready was actually born in central New York. It's a great concept. As a community, we should be able to have suitable locations ready to go, minimal steps required for businesses that want to site a large facility. But too often, we lose out because our shovel-ready sites aren't really shovel-ready. The state with minimal investments could help really put us in a much better position. We would encourage $250,000 grants to every county to catalog, to examine, and to be able to really strategize what it will take to get these development sites truly shovel-ready, and $250 million in competitive funding to say, let's support the best sites that we have that are strongest with our peers nationally. With this in hand, we think we could take advantage of a tremendous amount of this federal funding. Fortunately, you're going to hear more about my other two recommendations here from other folks. One of them is to invest in locally directed dual client workforce development. This is something we have adopted as a strength and as a primary strategy in the Syracuse region through programs like Syracuse Build and Syracuse Surge. You'll hear more on that from the Business Council later today when they testify, so I will not take up too much of your time on that, other than to say we would recommend that the state fund more workforce intermediaries to build out diverse training pipelines for growing occupations and industry with a dual client model. And finally, a focus on housing at every level. You've heard a lot from Adam. You've heard from the mayors in the previous panel. We know this is a growing and critical issue, certainly affordable housing, but also we have some of the oldest housing stock in the nation that needs to be dealt with. It carries implications far beyond just homes for people, but public safety, ability to attract business, et cetera. So I've gone a little bit over on my time, but thank you very much and happy to take questions.
Thank you very much to all of you for being here. I want to recognize my colleague, Senator Neil Breslin, representing, of course, the Capital Region, and we're glad that you can be part of this hearing today. And of course, thank you for your commitment to building cities outside of the city of New York. Before we jump in, Senator Breslin, do you have anything that you want to say, kind of introductory?
No, I'll wait in the introductory remarks till later.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Breslin. I'll jump in with the first question, and again, just a reminder, as we have other panels to get to, please keep the responses to no more than 2 minutes. So my question is, as so probably many of you know, cities outside of the city of New York have faced downtown blight for many years. Of course, the pandemic exacerbated that, especially on the retail side, leaving a lot of Main Street, if you will, properties now abandoned. I know that when speaking with mayors, and of course through our Regenerate Cities tour, this is causing a lot of concern, but also feeling that they don't have the ability to take control of that property. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts, suggestions, whether it's DRI related or not, related to how we strengthen those Main Street or those main arterial commercial corridors to kind of rebuild the focus of having a strong urban core, however it's defined in that particular city.
I could start. I think one of the things that we have seen both in Kingston and cities surrounding Kingston is that when a municipality takes note that you have abandonment happening in your city, mayors have a unique opportunity to be able to bring to bear a variety of resources, both state-supported resources, local resources, and they know the partners in the community to be able to help turn around some of these blocks. And it sometimes does have to happen block by block. And I think that with the resources that we have had, we've only been able to accomplish that generally block by block. But when we invest in infrastructure, when we work with industrial development agencies, when we work with local development corporations, when we work with willing community investors, we've been able to turn around vacant and abandoned sites. We have been able to clean up brownfields, and we have been able to invite people back into our downtowns. And that, I think, has been a proven track record, but it takes leadership at the local level with a lot of state support to be able to make those happen. Because if not, it's really hard currently just using the market to be able to attract private development into our communities without that partnership from us on the government side.
Mayor, can you elaborate on state support? What specifically, is it a particular grant program, or is it political pressure? What kind of state support is helpful?
Yeah, so we've seen, I guess, maybe 3 buckets of state support. Infrastructure support, rebuilding our streets, rebuilding our sewer infrastructure, being able to have that look and feel of a vibrant downtown has been critical. And those have come through a variety of state grant programs to be able to help support those. I think the second state support is being able to have a willing partner in Empire State Development to be able to attract private businesses and private investment. And that can happen through tax credit programs, but that also can happen through, and what we've seen be successful is through the current process of the CFAs. being able to have businesses partner with municipalities to write consolidated funding applications to be able to get that boost of the $1 million or $2 million to be able to renovate this building. Those have been, I think, the second piece of it. And then the third piece of it, I think, is the state support on the permitting and regulatory side, whether it's working with our partners at the Department of Environmental Conservation to be able to get the brownfield cleanup program running, or working with our federal partners at the EPA. The regulatory side has, that is still a challenge. It's a very difficult world to understand for someone who is new to that as a developer or someone who wants to turn a building into something great. But I think our job at the local level is to try to piece all those together, and that is, I think, a full-time job for municipalities to be able to do that work. But those that have done it well, I think we've seen our downtowns grow.
Other comments from the panel?
I could just speak from the land bank perspective on that, because as practitioners, we've been thinking a lot about when the kind of levee breaks on properties that will come washed over communities here and across the country, what type of properties are we looking at so we can anticipate it and use the models that we've built to put them back into productive use. And we have to remember that the 2008 foreclosure crisis was largely residential properties were impacted. COVID is different, and we're anticipating for the first time and maybe unprecedented levels, at least in modern history here in the work that we do, mixed use, commercial, retail. We're all familiar with how many small businesses went out, and the vacant storefronts, not only in our urban centers, but our rural areas, small downtowns are particularly damaging to the point of one vacant property has a large effect on a small area. But we're also seeing that as an opportunity with strong, healthy land banks to get site control of those properties and then pair it with the things the mayor described, which is the capital, the funding that you need to turn the properties around, to accommodate the reimagining of what these could be. And with respect to land banks, one of the things that we do and have been doing is we're designed statutorily to acquire and assemble properties so we can create a more transformative outcome. But that's a function of time. I argue we turn them around relatively exponentially faster than how many decades it took to get to that point. But it still takes time and funding to maintain, insure, and assemble the properties. And that's another way where land banks can come, get those site control, and then we have to bring the funding and the ideas to the table and the capital. But thinking of what could be possible with the new challenges that's coming, I think there's a lot of opportunity to do a lot of these reimagining ideas that are out there, but we need to get the sites and the capital in place.
Can I ask a quick follow-up question on the funding of land banks? I think you mentioned 26 land banks across the state. I know that the Attorney General has been supportive through settlement dollars in the past for land banks. Where is the primary source of funding? Is that directed locally or is that state?
So each land bank's a little different, and they're established by the foreclosing governmental unit to tackle the challenge for that individual government. So Mayor Noble's focuses on the city of Kingston. Albany County is countywide, and there's multi-county land banks. Some land banks get local support, although it's just a portion of their operating assistance. Land banks like Albany County get operating assistance from their county government. We also get access to most of the inventory through tax foreclosure, which we then can monetize through property sales to reinvest in our nonprofit. But most land banks only function can create the outcomes that they create because of those grants that the Attorney General provided, because the economics, as you're well aware, are upside down in a lot of these neighborhoods, and it costs sometimes twice as much to either demolish the building or 3 times as much to rehab it and save it than it's worth, because they're surrounded by other vacant and abandoned buildings, and that's why that property by property, block by block strategy. But we essentially have to reinvest proportional to the amount of money that was disinvested from a lot of these communities to expect to get it to where it needs to be. And so we kind of just put the funding together and we apply for state grants, and we're advocating for federal funds, and it's wherever, we're nonprofits, wherever we can get the money together is we try to stretch each dollar as far as we can.
Appreciate that. Senator May.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple of questions. One for you, Mr. Zurenko, about, you mentioned that climate change was affecting or increasing abandonment of properties. And I know that the neighborhoods where you see the most abandoned properties and where land banks are most engaged also have the least tree cover. They have the fewest parks and other things, other amenities that might provide green infrastructure, that might provide quality of life that might mitigate some of the climate effects that we're seeing. And so I'm wondering, to what extent do you collaborate on issues of urban planning at that level of like urban environmental planning?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. We think of the impacts of climate change with respect to impact on abandoned buildings on a national scale. We're talking about migration from places that are experiencing high temperatures, wildfires, and coastal flooding. People will be moving from those areas to the Northeast and other places. That's one area, and banning them nationally. Locally, you're completely right. Historically, red line neighborhoods that were purposely disinvested have less infrastructure. They're typically warmer. They're more prone to flooding events, and they just have a lot more challenges, less green space, and all the negative externalities that come with that. What we try to do on a local level is take the inventory that we have, which is largely concentrated. I included the map in the packet. This is largely concentrated in those red line areas historically, and say, what can we do to help with solving these impacts of climate change, housing, you name it, with the land that we have. So we're talking about everything from just tree planting on some of the properties, conveying these lots to organizations that will keep them as green space and preserve them that way, and even trying to work with like infrastructure groups like our water authority and others to do stormwater, provide the sites for stormwater management or porous surfaces, any one of those things that can be done to combat the effects of climate change or mitigate it. The land is key sometimes to kind of getting the space to do that. It doesn't always occur in the public right-of-way. So we're just trying to figure out what we can do. We've been exploring a lot of ideas, but I think there's a lot of potential there where we could take it.
Great. And then let me follow up about that because, and especially with Kevin Schwab, it's great to see you here.
See you, Senator.
I know you didn't talk a lot about workforce development within the city, but I know like land bank opportunities, a lot of the startups and that kind of thing. I know that Center State is really involved in trying to make sure that jobs go to people from the communities that have traditionally had the hardest time with employment. And so I'd love to hear either any of you talk about those efforts combined with the downtown revitalization efforts.
One of the things certainly that we have seen is not only the tremendous demand for workforce really across any number of sectors right now, but that as we anticipate either large private investments or large public investments, you alluded to 81 earlier, is that there is going to be demand that outstrips the capacity that we have right now in terms of workforce. It is a great example of a unique opportunity to say, let's align our workforce, the folks who live in the neighborhoods who are often affected by these projects, and let's see what we can do to really skill them up. In Syracuse, we have developed in a multi-pronged partnership with the city and the county and with business and with labor and with the state, and really with Center State CEO serving as something of a hub, 2 programs, Syracuse Build in construction and Syracuse Surge in technology and manufacturing. Syracuse Build is really designed to prepare our workforce with a focus on folks in underinvested neighborhoods for large projects like the redevelopment of I-81, which is a $2 billion project. It is taking an enormous amount of work and cobbling together of resources because really the folks we are targeting for this, and there's huge demand, 400 people applying for 40 spaces at a time when people say you can't get people to work. But this training really includes not only training and career pathways in construction, but it does provide transportation where needed, and folks are paid while they're going through this, because often the folks who we want to help most with this can't afford to stop working to go through this skills training. When they get through this and the training being provided by the labor unions, when they get through this, they'll be on an apprentice pathway. And this will be a career we're talking about. It will not be jobs. I could certainly talk more about Syracuse Surge, but I'm mindful of the time that I'm taking. And there are opportunities, though, that we see to align in a dual client model workforce development in a way that we really haven't been doing in New York.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Griffo.
Thank you, Chairman. So let me ask the mayor first. We're seeing change in demographics, lifestyles. I mean, even post-pandemic, we'll even see things change even more dramatically. So when we talk about downtown revitalization development, what is the downtown of the 21st century? It will not be a traditional thing. So now what do you see downtown in the future? And then what type of assistance is going to be required in order to facilitate and make that a viable and livable experience?
Yes, so the downtown of the future and our small cities are really about rebuilding the building stock that's there now, because we can't really change the patterns of our neighborhoods and our downtowns. Kingston was built in 1652, and so we are, somewhat constrained. And so what we see is rapid investment in the building stock, but changing the uses to allow additional residential living in these walkable neighborhoods with a vibrant retail space that really will allow people to have what closer to New York City really considers kind of these transit-oriented design neighborhoods, these transit-oriented neighborhoods. We are going to have these city districts or these downtown districts that are going to be able to provide our residents with the groceries that they need, the retail and services that they need, and the jobs that they need. Because what we've seen are so many people that are moving to our cities are remote workers that are able to work from home and are able to, and that want to be able to live full-time in these neighborhoods. And so we, as cities that have been very car-centric and who have been very focused on kind of the suburban sprawl model, I think are going to have to really focus on, one, the high need on our infrastructure in cities is going to greatly increase with the redevelopment of our downtowns. So we're going to need support and assistance in rebuilding that infrastructure to support these populations. But we're also going to be able to make sure that we have the services and the kind of the transportation networks they're looking for. So they're going to not want vehicles. And if they are going to have a vehicle, it's going to be an electric vehicle, so we need to be able to develop that network. But we really need better transit systems in our downtown cities. We need better walkable streets, bikeways and lanes. That's what we're hearing from the people that are now moving into our city. And I think that that's what our future looks like. But it is going to change, I think, the model of what traditionally, for the last 40 years, mayors have been really focused on, have been kind of building around the edges of their cities, where now I think we're going to be focused on building in the heart of our cities. And sometimes we may even need to expand what that heart of our city looks like to kind of, the connecting ways in between the hearts of our city. So in Kingston, we have 3 downtowns historically, and so that makes it complicated. And so we see our growth areas as building up the areas that connect those 3 business districts together, in essence creating one downtown vibrant feel that goes from uptown to our waterfront.
So you were just a recipient of this downtown revitalization grant. The federal government has a very good program, I believe, that has been long-standing called the Community Development Block Grant Funds, which invests in community. So based on what you now, your vision is, and what we envision may be something that reflects many communities moving forward, is there a better way to support that then than having you just compete for a grant like this, the work and effort? Should it be something more like what we're seeing CDBG modeled, where we're there to support you, where either there's an entitlement with a application or even vying for additional money if you're under 50,000 people? Should there be something different to support the vision that you all have?
We have been very aggressive with our grant writing. We created, when I took office, a grant writing office. I've got 3 staff. And so since 2016, we've been able to bring in $60 million of grants to our city, which is, amazing. However, it is still, we are living grant to grant. And so one of the things that we really appreciate about our HUD funding is that we're able to have an understanding of each year we're going to receive $700,000 in HUD funding. And we're able to then have a 5-year plan, which we by law have to have. And that helps us guide where we want to go in the future, where right now, depending on what new grant program comes out from the state or from the federal government, we have to then try to fit into those boxes, and it's really hard for us to plan. And so we would very much prefer, as we grow, to be able to have kind of an allocation-based, funding stream that would be able to allow us to plan for the future and also be able to help pay for all of the expenses that we have in these redevelopment efforts. Because, if we were able to take that $700,000 to help pay off all of the bonding that we have to do, that would help us be able to plan really far ahead, because we would then be able to make infrastructure improvements knowing that for the next 30 years we would be able to have that paid off and not be on our taxpayers.
And just finally, Kevin, I want to thank Adam for your work too. I appreciate everything that you're doing. Kevin, you talked about targeted investment tax credits. Wouldn't it be better if we approach this from a macro perspective for all of you? If we had a major change in our tax policy, if we had a real reform in the regulatory environment, would those type of actions taken by the legislature be more meaningful long-term than just looking at specific targeted assistance or credits?
Senator, I absolutely believe that there would be benefits to business if we were able to have a lower tax rate in the state, and perhaps even greater benefits if we were able to reduce some of the regulation. I actually think that's more onerous even than our tax issues. If we could streamline processes and make them more understandable and easier to comply with for business, there is no question. That said, New York is certainly not going to become the lowest tax state in the country in any of our lifetimes. And we do see real benefit to support particular areas where we see high growth. And those are opportunities. We would love to see both, frankly.
And relative to the, right now particularly, we're talking about in many areas where we're having opportunities that are being unmet and unfulfilled for a variety of reasons. Do you believe that that will continue to be a challenge for us right now, where you may have the jobs and not the people to fill the jobs? And then beyond that, are we going to have, if you are not only retaining industry but recruiting, are we going to have the skill set necessary in order to ensure that you can recruit those various businesses that you want to, because you will have the employees that properly trained and educated that they will need in order to be successful?
Senator, there's no question that we still have a talent alignment issue. It is why we are so heavily focused on this. We hear this from so many of our members. It's why we're taking innovative approaches, but we think there are actually multiple benefits to this too. We think there's a lot of talent in our communities that we have not tapped into for generations. And there are broad benefits to finding ways to upskill folks and to match them with where the demand is. Even with that said, we would be foolish not to, and we do make a point of also competing, attracting folks to our region for the jobs that we have that are in high demand. And we really need to have a multi-pronged approach. And in our case, we're using a data-driven approach. We've already identified where people are most likely to move to the Central New York region from. So we target those metros, and particularly people in the jobs that are in the greatest demand in our region. So we find those affinity regions, we target them heavily to try to get them to move here, and at the same time, we recognize we need to train our homegrown talent as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here and for your testimony today. Thank you for the work you're doing, and thank you, Mayor, for all of you for inviting me to your hometowns. You're doing great work. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, we are going to move to the Infrastructure Building Back Better panel. I'm going to invite Bill Carpenter, President of NIPTA, New York Public Transit Association, and Tanner Schmidt from Upstate United to join us here. We will then follow with our Education and Workforce panel. So it's the perfect segue back to infrastructure. You heard Mayor Noble talk about creating a multimodal transit community for downtowns. We've talked before about the federal infrastructure package and the opportunities that exist for New York. So we're grateful for you to both be here. And of course, we've accepted written testimony. Unfortunately, we had to lose a couple of our panelists here, Michael Cinquanti from the New York Building and Construction Trades Council and Campbell Wallace from ACEC, but of course we accept their written testimony. So Bill, if I could ask you to start with a 5-minute introduction, then Tanner will follow to you, and then we'll have a chance to have questions.
Chairman Cooney, Senators May, Griffo, and Breslin, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak and for all the members of the committee for doing this. I'm Bill Carpenter, President of the New York Public Transit Association and also CEO for the Rochester-Genesee Regional Transportation Authority. My testimony will focus on the impact of public transit systems in cities outside New York City. Mr. Chairman, as we've discussed in previous conversations, public transit is a critical part of a city's infrastructure and contributes to our shared efforts in so many areas. A well-funded transit system is a key partner in New York's fight to address climate change and in support of environmental justice. A driver of economic growth and success, as we've heard. A vehicle to help our neighbors make the transition from poverty to prosperity, and a smart investment in support of equity and social justice. All of these areas of impact are being addressed by the speakers here today. Public transit can be a driver of success because we are connecting people to jobs, education, healthcare, shopping, arts, and recreation because we're the infrastructure of access in the cities across the state. I want to quickly touch on 3 areas of impact for public transit that we address: climate change, poverty, and equity. Public transit should be embraced by New York cities as a key partner and focus of investment to help address climate change. That investment should be focused in 2 specific areas. The first is public transit's move to zero-emission vehicles. Right now in New York State, we have 5 transit systems working toward the goal of having 25% zero-emission vehicles by 2025 and completely 100% zero-emission vehicles by 2035. These are systems in Buffalo, Rochester, Albany, Suffolk County, and Westchester. Transit systems in Binghamton, Ithaca, and other cities currently have or are planning for zero-emission vehicles. Replacing 1 diesel bus with 1 electric bus is the same as taking 19 cars off the road. So 10 electric vehicles like we have in Rochester and another 10 coming, those 20 are like taking 400 cars off the road. It has a significant impact, particularly as we take that across the whole state. The second area of focused investment in transit is to help our systems grow and embrace new mobility options, as we just heard. Robust public transit systems that are more frequent, reliable, and connected will attract people who are driving cars to use a more climate attractive mobility option. New York's transit systems need a significant investment in capital dollars for vehicles and facilities needed to transition to zero-emission vehicles. We also need a significant and sustainable investment in operating dollars to make transit systems across the state a more attractive mobility option. And with that kind of investment in place, we can address poverty in a more robust way. We can remove transportation as a barrier for people attempting to transition from poverty to prosperity. Many New York City residents live lives based on public transportation schedules. Making sure our neighbors have easy and equitable access to frequent, reliable, and connected mobility options is a priority for New York's public transit systems. That's why in 2019, we started asking for a 50% increase in funding over 5 years. In the 3 state budgets since then, we've fallen behind. What remains is a 36% gap for both upstate and suburban downstate systems, those that serve cities outside New York City. The best way for us to effectively help you address poverty and equity in our cities is to work with you, the Assembly, and the Governor to start making that up in the 22-23 budget so we can grow our systems, provide more access and frequency for the people who need us the most. I'd like to close by saying that in addition to being a partner that helps address issues related to climate change, poverty, equity, and the economy, It's also important to make sure public transit is accessible and available in all cities that need it. Take, for example, the city of Amsterdam. Amsterdam is a principal city in Montgomery County and is the only city of its size in upstate New York with no transit service. Recently, the Montgomery County Legislature passed a resolution to join CDTA, their transit system. They did this because they understand the value of public transportation and the need to connect their community. Montgomery County and CDTA are asking the legislature for funding to make this happen. NPDES supports that request. These are the types of investments we need to make in New York because investing in public transit is the same as investing in a cleaner environment, investing in families trying to transition from poverty to prosperity, investing in more equitable access to jobs, healthcare, and education, investing in jobs and the economy, and investing in our seniors so that they have the mobility options they need so they can age in place. We look forward to continuing to working with you and the governor to make this happen.
Thank you, Bill. Before we move to Tanner, I'll just say I had the great privilege of being in the city of Amsterdam yesterday, meeting with Mayor Cinquanti and the county executive and a team of folks, again, in the spirit of our Regenerate Cities tour. And that commitment with CDTA is transformational. Many folks might not know that the city of Amsterdam actually has one of the highest populations of Latinos in the state outside of New York City, many of whom struggle with transportation access as a matter of equity to get to their places of employment. And so this is really an economic development transformation, and really proud of the work that NPDES had to do with that and understood where we need to go in the coming weeks ahead. Thank you, Bill. Tanner.
Thank you, Chairman Cooney and members of the committee for the opportunity to present today on some items that we believe will help improve the upstate economy. I'd first like to note and acknowledge your efforts in launching the Regenerate Cities tour to address many issues that our upstate cities currently face. My name is Tanner Schmidt, and I serve as the Public Affairs Manager and the Western New York Membership Director for the Empire chapter of the Associated Builders and Contractors. ABC is also a member of Upstate United, a pro-taxpayer, pro-business advocacy organization dedicated to making upstate New York a place where residents and employers can grow and succeed. More than ever, it's critical for our leaders in Albany to work together with upstate employers and taxpayers to address the serious challenges facing our communities. One of the most significant problems is outmigration. More than 1.5 million New Yorkers have left the state over the last decade. This outmigration means fewer taxpayers, entrepreneurs, workers, consumers, and shrinking communities. According to the 2020 census, only 13 upstate counties experienced population growth over the last decade. This is an unsustainable trend. Upstate United strongly believes that New York's population crisis is at least in part being fueled by our own sky-high tax burden. The state's top tax rate of 14.8% is the highest in the nation, and our top corporate tax rate of 7.25% is higher than the top rate of 31 other states. And according to a 2021 analysis by WalletHub, New York has the highest overall tax burden in the nation. Until Albany takes action to deliver meaningful, broad-based tax relief, working families will continue to flee upstate communities. Reducing New York's high personal income and corporate taxes would be a good start. Easing the tax burden would also benefit refugees and previously incarcerated citizens who reside in upstate communities. More than 22% of New York's residents were born in foreign countries, and New York has welcomed approximately 36,000 refugees over the last decade, with a large majority of them settling in upstate communities. Tax relief would be a win-win for people seeking a better life and upstate communities seeking to grow again. In addition to burdensome taxes, consumers and employers are also feeling the squeeze of inflation. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, annual inflation hit 6.2% in October, which is the highest rate in over 31 years. Yet the legislature continues to explore proposals including the Climate and Community Investment Act and the Extended Producer Responsibility Bill that will drive up costs for New York consumers. Rising costs associated with unemployment insurance must also be addressed. At the height of the pandemic, nearly 2 million New Yorkers were unemployed. As a result, the state's unemployment insurance fund ran out of money, and New York borrowed $11.9 billion from the federal government to cover its UI payments. While some of that money has been repaid, New York still owes Washington $9 billion. Additionally, the state's UI fund, which is currently insolvent, must be replenished. New York's private sector, which is primarily comprised of small businesses, cannot afford a $9 billion tax increase. We encourage our leaders in Albany to tap unused federal aid to provide UI relief to employers. Upstate's transportation and infrastructure needs are another critical area of need. Upstate communities are spread over a large and varied geography. As a result, we are heavily dependent on our roads and bridges for commuting and for commerce. Just like the downstate's mass transit system, upstate roads and bridges are in dire need of repair. There must be parity between upstate and downstate investment in infrastructure. Upstate United and ABC are strongly opposed to mandating regionally negotiated project labor agreements on infrastructure projects. PLAs increase the cost of construction by an estimated of 18 to 30%, and we support awarding the work to the contractor who offers the best price and the best quality of work. We urge you to continue to also focus on devoting resources towards strong broadband and cellular service, well-maintained water infrastructure, and job training and other pro-growth programs that will benefit our communities and economy. We also wish to highlight for the committee the need to extend the state's brownfield cleanup program, which is set to expire at the end of 2022. The BCP program has been extremely successful in remediating contaminated sites in cities across upstate. This program has attracted new business, housing, and development opportunities in industrial areas that were previously unavailable. We urge the Senate to extend the brownfield program during next year's legislative session. The foundation of our upstate communities are built on a strong economy and thriving families. If Albany fails to tackle the issues that I've highlighted today, that foundation, along with any hope of a post-COVID recovery, will crumble. We must work together to support our communities, strengthen our economy, and move New York forward. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Tanner. Thank you both for your presentations. I'll start. Tanner, you talked about or referenced our growing refugee population in cities outside of the city of New York. In my hometown of Rochester, we're seeing that play out. Of course, we're welcoming our Afghan neighbors who are coming in or going through that process right now, but we've had a commitment and history of welcoming and resettling refugees, Somali, Congolese, Nepalese, Laotian. We're seeing that become a larger part of our workforce, especially in the city of Rochester. I'm wondering your thoughts, whether in the Upstate United or ABC capacities, on how that population may be able to become engaged with some of the infrastructure projects that we hope will result from the federal and state investment. You talked about roads and bridges, certainly understand that in upstate, and we're very hopeful that our federal package will allow us to do some more of those investments through the state or directly to our counties. But again, back to the workforce side, what are your ideas, solutions, or some of the barriers that may exist for engaging that new population of new Americans?
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator. So I think, speaking for the ABC standpoint of this and the associated builders and contractors, I think the key is, with infrastructure money coming to New York and talking about building infrastructure, is having these refugees enter into workforce development programs that will provide them with the skills to be able to benefit and work on these projects that come to their local communities. I'm proud to say that ABC has now created the largest multiple employer apprenticeship program that is not signatory to a union. So we are happy to bring in refugees into our program, provide the path to apprenticeship, provide the path to construction training, and allow them to be able to benefit and work on these projects.
Thank you. Other questions? Senator May.
Yeah, thank you. This question for Mr. Carpenter. Public transit is so important, and you talked about the gap in funding. But even more important, I think, is the inability to plan year by year. And I wonder if you're aware of states that do a better job of providing, predictable funding streams for public transportation.
Senator, thank you very much for the question, and thank you for your leadership in the transportation issues, particularly rural transportation and healthcare access. I'm president of a group called the Bus Coalition, which represents transit systems across 47 of the 50 states. And there's a variety of ways transportation is funded across the country. New York State provides more in funding from Albany to the transit systems than others. But other states like Ohio count on sales tax. So it's a local partnership. Michigan and Iowa use property tax. So it's when a local community says we want more transit, well, then raise a sales tax or raise a property tax. Here, New York State uses those for a lot of school funding, healthcare funding, and in the MTA service area, more of those revenues are directed towards public transit. And I think our state association is looking for, well, let's use the state resources. If that's how you're going to choose to use sales tax and property tax to fund other priorities, then use the state revenues that you have at a higher level to make sure transit gets the funding it needs for its local community.
Okay, following up on that, I know the car rental surcharge is one of the sources of revenue that has been used and proposed to be expanded, but it showed some vulnerability in the early months of the pandemic. Has that sprung back? Is that providing funds that are useful?
At this point, Senator, I don't believe our policy analyst has had visibility to, that those go into dedicated funds. Certainly, there are individuals in the executive branch that know how much is in each of those funds. But how much of the operating aid I'm receiving this year is coming from that fund or someplace else to know what the balance is, I think until the year closes, we won't know for sure just how robust that funding has come back.
Okay, thanks. And then the last thing is about bus rapid transit. I know in Syracuse we are looking at building a system. Some other cities upstate have really effective bus rapid transit systems. Is that something you envision for most of the smaller cities in the state, or do you think it already exists in the places where it's practicable? And then I had just a little bit of a related question, because when you do planning for something like bus rapid transit, you're kind of also relying on transit-oriented development and sort of picking winners and losers. And I just wonder if there's been any pushback or any issues that you've had in places that have bus rapid transit.
Great question and great connection between the two. Certainly in New York State, we've had some successes with BRT. When you read about it nationally, I think you're looking at cities that are having high population growth, and as Tanner said, that's not New York State's experience, where you're expanding a community, and do you expand it by widening roads, or do you do it through other mobility options like bus rapid transit or rail systems? Here in Albany, connecting to Troy, Schenectady, Saratoga, they have been successful with bus rapid transit because the population is still trying to get to downtown Albany for most of the jobs. In Rochester, the jobs have moved from downtown and dispersed elsewhere. So the question is, how do we get people to the outer suburbs? Where there is some development in Buffalo along Bailey Avenue, they're looking at bus rapid transit. In Syracuse, as you redo Interstate 81, looking at bus rapid transit in a specific geography. But as we take a look at Rochester as an example, the amount of time it takes to get from the lake and on Lake Avenue to downtown, the infrastructure investment it would take for bus rapid transit to save a few minutes, it's not worth it, and the population isn't growing so that the roads work okay. Mm-hmm. If Canandaigua and Rochester, as an example, there wasn't a 490, if you didn't have that massive infrastructure and roads were clogged the same as 5 and 20 between Schenectady and Albany, well, now bus rapid transit becomes a great way to do a road diet and move a lot of people out of their cars into transit. So those are the dynamics that make it work well in one community and not so well in another community.
Great, thank you.
Senator Griffo?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of general questions here. First, I mean, we now have a major infrastructure bill passed, obviously, at the federal level. I think it's really shameful when you think about the condition of all aspects of our infrastructure, from rail to public transit to our roads, bridges, from subways. And when you think about how we compare to other nations, it's just very shameful. So hopefully this is a beginning of doing what we need to do to invest. So the question is on parity, Tanner. Two quick questions. Tanner, on parity. How do we achieve that parity? Because that's going to be essential, and we're all vying for just a component of money that's going to be available right now.
Yeah, I think the key piece to keeping the parity between the funding is just to ensure that we're funding projects that impact upstate New York, that are going to upstate New York. I think to better answer your question, what I can do, Senator, is I can follow up with your team with some solutions that we have created on our side. I can have my team follow up with your staff and provide you those solutions. I think the key is just making sure when we're talking about infrastructure money, that we're not just talking about MTA and the dilapidating rails down in New York City, that we're ensuring we're talking about the roads, the bridges, and the upstate communities that really need this infrastructure as much.
Yeah, and the demand is so great in all areas. So there's going to be the need, and then the best is, as you indicated, we're going to have to try to, and I totally subscribe, we're going to have to ensure parity, but just the resources, despite the significant amount, is still going to be insufficient, unfortunately. So I'd be interested to hear that and get your perspective.
Absolutely.
And then to Bill, and we talk about transit now essentially becoming an essential service. Would you agree? More than just discretionary, right, as some may have seen before. So as a result of that and the funding that's necessary, and some will be now delivered, how is the industry prepared to provide a reliability of service, a sustaining of the cost of that service? Because that's going to impact all of these individuals who have to utilize this. So we can't see escalating costs in order, even though I know there's a need for maintenance and operations and capital investment. But the point is, as an industry, what are we going to be able to achieve in order to make sure there's reliability, accessibility, the cost of service is consistent?
Senator, thanks for the question. So at the federal level, there is robust funding, but it's for capital dollars. And really what we'll be looking New York State to provide is the operating dollars. What gets someone to move from their car to transit is when there's frequency and then span of service at all hours of the day. So can you start early enough for that 6 a.m. shift, and can you still be operating when someone gets off at midnight to get them back home? But the funding that's required, 80% of transit jobs are related to the economy, either workers or people going shopping, people spending money. So that when you can move people from their cars to transit, you reduce the cost of roads because there's fewer cars, you address climate change, but you also grow the economy. When you've got people who are able to make the trips that are needed to be made, access jobs so that they can be employed, that helps the economy. So public transit is that safety net that keeps the economy moving. I love what you started your question with COVID. What we did was peel back and say, who has to use transit? And it was people stocking the grocery stores. It was people at the hospital keeping it clean, taking blood. There is an essential nature to it. And the more difficult we make it for people to access those jobs, the more difficult we make it for our community, the more robust we make our transit systems, the better our economy and equity in our communities can be improved.
But in order to be viable, in my opinion, it's also going to be a matter of convenience and cost to the consumer, to the individual, the user. And I think the industry has to be mindful of that, because that continues to pose challenges if we can't accomplish that, correct?
Well, in Rochester, I will tell you that my board is committed to the $1 fare, $3 all-day cost. And you know, as we've looked at that, we look at the level of poverty across the cities, particularly upstate. You can't change that to $2 or $2.50 a ride like you might pay in the MTA. You've got to keep that cost at a reasonable level. And I think as a community, we have to recognize the investment being made to allow everyone to access it. The industry average is about $9,000 to maintain a car. Well, if you can invest in public transit so people who have 3 cars in their driveway get down to 2, how do we invest that $9,000 so the whole community benefits? And someone can move into the cities, as we've heard earlier, looking for robust public transit, grow the economic vitality of our downtown areas because people don't want a car. Maybe 1 car for 2 or 3 people. When they lower that cost, they're willing to invest in that infrastructure and not have to worry about the fare cost because so many essential workers are making wages below poverty level. So you've got to keep the cost to the user as low as possible, have the system be as robust as possible. That tension, I feel it very much running my system and representing systems across the state.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Griffo. Senator Breslin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief question. I happen to be the only senator that represents 5 cities. So you outlined Amsterdam, now going into the Albany area, Amsterdam to Albany and back. I'm more concerned, and the same thing is true of some of my cities, Waterville, Cohoes, Troy, going into Albany. That's, to me, the inter-transportation, Troy to Albany. How much thought is given, because there's going to be an increased expense, when you're going to, not the hub, Albany, but one of the other cities to another city?
That
would be, for instance, Schenectady to Amsterdam, or Schenectady to Troy. And it's going to be a cost factor to begin with, because you don't have the volume discounts.
Carm Basile, I hold in highest regard.
As do
It's a specific question about his system, and I'll make sure he follows up with you or your office to get that
Because
answer.
his new systems, the ones going along the riverfront, have been highly successful
Yeah.
and really needed, and it enhances those smaller cities as well as Albany.
Yeah, I'll make sure you get that answer.
I've already told him.
Any other questions? Thank you both for your testimony today. Appreciate your work, and
Thank you very much.
keep our fingers crossed that we'll benefit greatly in New York from this federal investment. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
At this point, as we move to the Education and Workforce panel, we'll take a 5-minute break so we can do some technology setup, but enjoy 5 minutes, and then we'll get right back to it. Thank you.
Intro move.
Back. This is the Senate Standing Committee on Cities 2, and I encourage any of folks here who have not checked into the back to please do so. We are now moving on to our 4th panel today, which is focused on education and workforce, and we're delighted to have both Jennifer Pyle, who's the Executive Director of the Conference of Big 5 Schools, and of course to have the Chancellor of our SUNY system, Dr. Jim Malatras, who is joining us in person and with a presentation. This is 21st century SUNY right here, so we're delighted to have you both here. Why don't we start with Jen? Why don't you start and deliver your remarks? So again, reminder that we're looking to do about 5 minutes each, and of course, we accept any written testimony into the record.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us here today. As you may or may not be aware, our membership organization was founded in 1958 to represent the school systems of New York State's 5 largest cities, including Buffalo, New York City, Rochester, Syracuse, and Yonkers. In 2014, we expanded to other school districts with comparable student demographics and local fiscal capacity issues. As a result, we're pleased to represent Albany, Mount Vernon, and the Utica City School Districts. Collectively, our member school districts educate 46% of New York State's public school children. We're truly grateful for the opportunity to testify before you today. I'd first like to thank you for your unwavering commitment to the pursuit of equitable and adequate funding for urban school districts and the vulnerable populations we serve. The additional resources you provided in the 21-22 adopted state budget enabled our school districts to bridge sizable funding gaps. The additional funds were key to the expansion of academic supports and enhanced programming intended to address critical social-emotional needs of students. As you're well aware, the success of our cities is closely linked to the success of our schools. We're committed to the pursuit of equity and resources and educational opportunities for all schools. We recognize that the fiscal challenges faced by our school districts are often mirrored by our cities, and as a result, we're heavily reliant on the state for funding. The pandemic has required our school districts and municipalities to work together in ways never before imagined. It's also exposed glaring inequalities and highlighted areas where more work must be done. The Big Five school districts currently operate some of the most innovative and successful career and technical education programs in the state and require additional support to maintain and continue to grow these programs. Many school districts have chosen to target some of their additional federal funds to expand CTE programs. However, the state's $3,900 per pupil funding formula cap under special services aid must be adjusted to reflect actual costs. Special services aid must also be increased to capture ninth grade students. The future of our cities and their workforces are closely linked to the success of these programs. As you're well aware, the pandemic exposed the broad digital divide and its impact on children in our urban school districts. Despite significant efforts to ensure students had access to technology and connectivity when school districts were forced to pivot to a remote learning platform, there are still significant deficiencies that must be addressed. We're grateful for the work that's been done. We urge you to continue to support efforts to address inequities plaguing many of our communities. When I began my tenure for the Big Five over 20 years ago, some of our member school districts were still using coal-fired furnaces in instructional buildings. There were decades of deferred maintenance, and our school districts were home to some of the most outdated school facilities in the state. The state's commitment to providing a financing mechanism through the creation of the Joint Schools Construction Boards in Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse, and Yonkers has been key to addressing health and safety issues and ensuring that our urban school districts are equipped to meet current instructional standards. We have a long way to go, but we're thankful that progress is being made. These major capital construction initiatives have driven hundreds of millions of dollars in construction work and created thousands of jobs. The Big Five school districts have embraced the state's focus on community schools and have partnered with a plethora of community organizations to afford students and their families access to a wealth of services, ranging from career development to health care. It's imperative that the state provide additional support for these initiatives. It's also important to note that school health funding, utilized in part to provide nursing services in our schools, has been frozen since its inception. Many Big Five pupils have limited access to health and mental health services outside of the regular school day. We urge you to provide additional targeted school health dollars for member school districts to assist them with meeting increased demands. Our school districts are microcosms of their cities. As such, they've not been spared the challenges faced by the respective municipalities. They struggle on a daily basis with the negative impact of the pandemic and helping their students cope with related challenges. They cannot do it alone. We're grateful for the partnerships that have been formed throughout the pandemic and look forward to building upon these relationships. All of our school districts are working to maximize resources and to ensure they have sound, long-term financial plans in place. However, there's no expectation that the fallout from the pandemic will be over and the needs of our schools satisfied when the federal funds are exhausted. And I want to note that these were secured with great advocacy from all of you. We look forward to working with you in the coming months to ensure that adequate state and federal resources continue to be available to meet the needs of our schools and our cities. Thank you once again for the opportunity to address you here today.
Thank you, Jennifer, and as a proud Rochester City School District graduate, I want to thank you for the advocacy you've done for our urban school districts. Your analysis of them being microcosms and reflections of our cities is absolutely true. I now invite Chancellor Jim Malatras to make a presentation.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. Thank you, Senator May, Griffo, and Breslin for inviting the State University of New York here. I'm sorry about the presentations. The academic in me, we teach classes with presentations now. But we really wanted to make the point that education attainment and upskilling are absolutely essential if we're going to revitalize our upstate cities in particular. And we want to give some data points and some things that we're doing in our space to show you just that. The first statistic is 48% of all New York State employers ranked lack of qualified applicants as their main barriers to hiring, and according to a recent study by the New York State Department of Labor. In the jobs bank alone in New York State, there are 225,000 unfilled jobs, and these are not just low-level service level jobs, these are high-skilled jobs. 70% of all new jobs being created in the United States of America will require some post-secondary credential by 2027, 70%. While at the same time, about 50% of all of our jobs are at risk for automation. Now we're losing 50% of our jobs. They're changing into jobs that require higher skills, upskilling, and different credentialing. At the same time, while we have this need for more educational attainment, 2.2 million New Yorkers, currently between the ages of 25 and 44, lack a post-secondary credential. 2.2 million. If you expand that beyond 44 years of age to 60, it grows to about 5 million. And then if you want to look at the data, the greatest gaps are actually in some of our cities. And this is just an example, not illustrative of all 60 of our upstate cities. And we put the city of New York in there. And we're comparing to our school districts because this is where our pipeline is from. If you look at the general population demographics right now, the greater percentage of those individuals with no college degree between the ages of 25 or older are from many of our upstate cities. The greatest percentage of those individuals without a degree come from our upstate cities. This is using 2009 data, and of course the pandemic exacerbated and accelerated the problems with unemployment. Our unemployment rates are also higher in our upstate cities. Our poverty rates are also higher in our upstate cities. These are all linked and combined. Lower educational attainment, higher rates of unemployment, higher rates of poverty. While, though, we have tens of thousands of jobs in those regions alone, unfilled, ready to be filled with our New Yorker residents, but we cannot meet the demand because of our skills gaps. And if you look at the demographics, this is an equity challenge. This is not an enrollment challenge or just anything. This is an equity challenge of epic proportions. If you look at some of our major school districts in upstate New York, Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse, the Albany School District, Yonkers is a little different sometimes. We have the highest percentages of economically disadvantaged students. We have the highest percentages of underrepresented minorities. And the graduation rates and all those things are much lower, except for Yonkers on the graduation side, than the statewide average or even some of their counterparts. All at the same time, we need more people to be enrolled in college or post-secondary programs. The need to fill those jobs requires some post-secondary credential. And at the same time, this is where we're seeing our biggest declines of enrollment. In those upstate communities of those residents, we are not connecting with them to meet our workforce demands. They're seeing there's something missing. We're not connecting. And this is what we want to work on. And that's our SUNY for All program. And it's a really basic point. This is the old way. Largely white, aristocratic men went to college, but that's not how college really works anymore. This is more of our student demographic that we have to focus on. And we're focused on 5 major areas. We need to break out of our traditional model. We need to go into the communities that actually need education, not come to us. We need to bring all of our industry partners, our labor partners together. We need to lower barriers and provide support, and then we need to build a system of lifelong learning. This is the old model. If you build it, they will come. Many of our college campuses, this is Field of Dreams, many of our college campuses, and Governor Rockefeller did an extraordinary job of building capacity across the state, building the SUNY system, but they were largely outside of our urban centers. That's the University of Albany. That's just in Gilderman, right outside the city, right? We're changing the equation a little bit. We want to build capacity in our cities, like the Workforce Development Center in Rochester, where we're co-locating many of our institutions, Monroe, Genesee, Finger, to maximize all the benefits that an individual can have right in those areas without leaving their communities. We're offering a free online workforce training center, which people think are crazy. Why are you offering something for free? But we want to get people interested in higher education. We want people to get interested in getting a degree. We get a free certification in a really high demand area. And if you get that certification, you're automatically accepted to any of our community colleges, no admissions requirements. We want to break down as many barriers as humanly possible. Final piece is we're building actual capacity in those communities. We all know culinary is a major problem post-pandemic. We just created a new Cuyahoga Culinary Institute in the city of Auburn, not at the community college, in the city where the workforce demand is actually needed. A couple final points because I'm over my time. We also need to connect people from soup to nuts, align individuals to education that meets the actual regional demand. We want to make sure they're getting a credential to somewhere, not a degree to nowhere. And that's part of our SUNY Empire State Career Connector, which we just started in the plaza here, which you can visit. We're working with individuals to align with regional needs. We're expanding our apprenticeship programs and other applied learning programs because we're finding that is a way to get people interested in education and get interested into getting a credential for a job. We're working with industry constantly. This is SUNY Schenectady, Frog Alley Brewery. They actually learn at the brewery. It's a 6-week course. They're ready for the job demand. They don't need a degree, it's a credential. Part of what we're doing in higher education, though, is we don't always need a degree. Right now, 36 million Americans have some college, no degree. 800,000 of those New Yorkers between the ages of 25 and 44 have some college but no degree. There should be value from some coursework that may not translate into a degree, but a credential that goes along with that. So we're actually leading a national task force. We just received the money from the New York State, the Federal Department of Education, as well as the Lumina Foundation, to create a credentialing system that could be a national model that could transfer among institutions. Sometimes you start when you're 18, you come back in the workforce when you're 30, you come back, and when you're 40 years old, it's all highly transferable and allows people to build capacity and degree credentials and stackable credentials. Final piece is, and I'm glad Jennifer's here on this, is we also need to break down our barriers. Early college high schools work. 37 of our campuses offer them. The one area of growth we all know the numbers, our enrollment in our community colleges have declined dramatically over the last decade. Where it has grown is dual enrollment between our high schools and our colleges. We need to build that capacity because that's where we're seeing a lot of drop-off. And then why SUNY? We are the economic engine, workforce engine for the state of New York. We train more than 1/3 of the entire workforce in the state of New York. They have a SUNY degree. That's why investing in SUNY is important. Nearly 50% of all SUNY graduates today graduate with no debt. 37 of those students have a bachelor's degree, graduate with no debt. 60% of all of our community college students right now graduating with an associate's degree graduate with 0 debt. 48% of our community college students currently go to college tuition free. That's just the state and federal programs. That's not including any private or campus-based programs. Our average student loan debt for the people who do pay for student loans are much lower than the statewide average of student loan debt. And the final piece is we have the greatest economic and social mobility. If you go to a SUNY institution or a CUNY institution, you have the greatest economic and social mobility. In other words, we're not a fly-by-night training program. We're not creating widgets. We're creating well-rounded individuals. They get into high-paying jobs. We need to close those skills gaps in order to meet our workforce demand and rebuild our cities. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chancellor. Equally as impressive how quickly you got through that presentation, but well done. And thank you for that helpful information. I want to make a comment before we jump into questions. Just yesterday, last night actually, I had the opportunity to speak with a SUNY class at Binghamton via remote, and we were talking about cannabis and recreational cannabis, and it was a group of about 55 students and entrepreneurs who are interested in getting into New York's new recreational cannabis marketplace. And when you were presenting about Frog Alley, kind of thinking about the value proposition that SUNY can have by taking exciting new industries, whether it's in craft brewing or recreational cannabis or cloud computing or cryptocurrency and what have you, but translating that into real tangential training and workforce development will better position our workforce. And I think my question actually is for Jennifer, but it builds off of what you said, Dr. Malatras, about the 2.2 million population. It doesn't currently have a post-secondary degree, many of which is from, the vast majority of which is from upstate New York. My question is, how can we be transforming our K through 12 learning institutions and environments to better expose students to career pathways? And hopefully those career pathways stay here in the great state of New York. But it's, we often go right to CTE, career and technical education, which is very important. I'll come back to that. But overall, I think that we need to have, and I hear this all the time from employers, they have no idea what I do. And I've been doing this job, I own a business here in the city of Rochester. It's a third-generation business, but no one's ever heard of me. How do we expose our students to different careers, either regionally, locally, at an earlier age? Could you comment on that?
And I think we do have some amazing partnerships in each of our cities to varying degrees with higher ed and community organizations. As Dr. Malatras mentioned, the fact that the early college high schools have seen huge success, and we hope they'll continue to grow and you'll continue to fund them, has enabled a lot of those partners and those entities to come to the forefront and work with the schools. I think the focus on increasing school districts' capacities to grow those CTE programs and to begin them earlier on, which is what they're interested in doing, but frankly, in the cities, the funding has not kept pace. None of our districts are at the 3,900 cap to begin with. That's not even close to what a BOCES program reimburses to component districts. So it's a huge barrier. So I think that is a significant impediment to affording our districts the opportunity to grow programs and to engage the community and those types of businesses, to foster mentorship opportunities, apprenticeship opportunities, to grow the early college high school programs. And those, in fact, are incredibly helpful because kids who may not have considered going on to higher ed realize, I'm already this far, I have these opportunities available to me. I think that would be helpful.
Relevancy and value proposition, I think, are the key terms here. You know, whether you are a student thinking about dropping out of high school because there's no pathway for you or you don't see success in a high school diploma, or whether you are a recent high school graduate and you're not seeing higher education as adding value to your skill set, we want to make sure that students are getting the right information at the right period of their decision making so that they can make the best decision for their eventual career and future.
Absolutely.
And I think that's something that I appreciate both of you being committed to doing that level of work, because we can't have a conversation about the growth of cities outside of the city of New York without having a workforce trained and ready to accept those jobs and to start and provide for their families in these cities. So they're two intertwined and linked, so thank you for that. Senator Griffo.
Thank you, Chairman. Chancellor, the statistics were actually very helpful, and the question I would have is I think the community colleges have a significant role to play when you talk about preparing people to meet that job number that you saw there, where we have the opportunities and yet we may not have people properly trained, and that's going to be a huge challenge, obviously, in order to grow our cities and our state. So what do you attribute to the decline? I know you used statistics in some of the coursework at high school level and how successful that's been. But why are we seeing that decline, and what else can we do? Because and we've seen a number of examples where the community college has stepped in to meet a need in an emerging industry.
I think there's, it's a lot of issues. Our birth rate, of course, has declined. Our graduating classes from our high schools have declined. That has contributed to it. But at the same time, we're not connecting in many of these communities to Chairman Cooney's point, which is there's a great need, right? We're actually the worst thing we're doing right now is we're actually importing individuals from outside the state of New York to fill these jobs, which is the worst place to be when we have all the capacity. I think what we're trying to do with the SUNY system right now is connect better to those communities and say there is a value proposition for you. And it may not, we also have to modernize our system where the community colleges were really going to take effect, I think. The traditional degree programs, yes, but also credentialing certificates and just other learning tools. But we have to build that system of learning for them where they can step in and step out and get upskilled. And we don't really have a system based on that, right? We have a traditional system. It's a very static system. You graduate at 18, you go to college, you get your degree, you go into the workforce, and that's it, right? We don't build in we need constant upskilling now. If half of our jobs are being lost to automation, and there's economic development there, we're creating new types of jobs. That requires mid-career professionals to be upskilled. How do we let them come into our system? We need to be more flexible. So for instance, we're talking about flexible scheduling, multiple modalities of learning, some online, some in person, so people can actually attend these programs, and then building into working with industry, certifications and extra credentialing that may not lead to a degree, but could lead to meeting the workforce demand. Those are the types of things that we have to do on scale, and I think if we can do that and capture those things in the right way, you'll see those numbers go up because the demand is absolutely there.
And with the credentialing, are you working in sync with the private sector so that private companies are working with the university system to identify the need that they have and what is the best course in order to fulfill that need? Is there an opportunity there, or is that something that's being undertaken?
Absolutely. The first thing we're doing is we're changing the paradigm. If you go to our website right now, we throw 64 campuses at you. If you talk about the cannabis industry, SUNY Cobleskill is one of the premier institutions, but you would never know it by the name SUNY Cobleskill. We're more focused on the actual things that we offer as opposed to the institutions. Second thing is we have to modernize what our degrees are. I'll take another area. Geothermal is one of the growing areas, heat pumps. We have a great demand in the state of New York. We don't have enough people to install them right now. The reason being is we don't have enough people trained. We offer these programs, but they're called HVAC. You wouldn't know, if you went to the HVAC program, you'd be trained in that area. So we're working with industry to say, yes, we do offer it, and then we have to change our curriculum a little bit and say, this is what it actually is. We have to work on both of those levels.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator May.
Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony, but more importantly for the work that you do, because this is so important. I wanted to follow up, Jennifer, with a couple things that you talked about. The ways our urban schools are trying to address some of the really systemic problems around, like mental health issues, or I would add housing instability, which was something that came up in an earlier panel, that you know, if the kids are moving around all the time, if you can't trace the parents because their addresses are changing, you know, all of those things are complicated. But what I wanted to talk about was the more global issue of this. And as you know, one of my first legislative efforts was to get the STEAM school funding for Syracuse, because it's a regional school. It's going to be a regional school where kids from the suburbs will study side by side with kids from the city, and might just start breaking down that barrier that is around the city. You know, we have a situation, I was just talking to a friend who was buying a house, and she was looking at two houses on the same street, like very close to each other. One of them was way more expensive because it was across the line in one of the suburban school districts instead of being in the city school district. No other difference between these houses. So, you know, we've set up a two-tier system in our upstate areas between the economy of the city and the economy of everything around it, based on the school districts largely. And the big funding increases that we passed this year are aimed at addressing that. But do you see other efforts to do a kind of regional, to break down the barriers between the city school districts and all of the surrounding school districts, so that we can move away from this really inefficient system that is, you know, victimizing people who are committed to living in the cities in a lot of ways?
I mean, I think I'm hopeful that the STEAM school is, you know, obviously it's the first of its kind. I'm so excited, and actually in your previous life, you worked closely, because Empire State College plays a part in that. You know, we should be getting that off the ground. They're working, as I mentioned to you, on the lease and things of that nature at this point in time. I think that will do wonders, because the hope is that all of these districts, and there are over a dozen at this point in time that have signed on and expressed interest in sending their students, and the families have expressed interest in sending their students. I think that's a first step. I also think, and I know this is more internal, but I think it speaks to the fact that it would address the needs of families and children. And we've talked about this before too. The way that transportation aid is currently paid does not necessarily align with what families and children need. So we have instances in Rochester, for example, where families have told us that they're selecting their school based upon the fact that they can put their kid on a bus, and they're, in essence, receiving childcare for an hour in the morning, an hour in the afternoon. So when we're talking on one hand about community schools and engaging families and providing what they need, but on the other hand, you have kids attending schools in 3 different regions of the city, and you have no way to get to them, it's working against each other. And that being said, we're fully supportive, as you know, of school choice. We want parents to have options, but the option should be what you really think is best for your child, not how you can get your child transported. So I think we need to consider, and we've talked about this for a long time, affording parents the opportunity to transport kids for shorter distances to their neighborhood schools if they believe that's in the best interest of them and their children. I think that families outside of the cities would find that more appealing than coming in and looking, it's a very convoluted system at this point in time. And frankly, it's a very expensive system. The amount of money that's spent on transportation in some of our cities is completely out of line with what happens in the suburbs. You would think the opposite would be true because, the cities are more condensed, but it's not. So I do think there's a bigger picture to look at. I'm sorry to go off on this tangent, but I think it relates to making the cities more appealing, and I do think the STEAM school is the first of many, hopefully many opportunities in the future where we can bridge that divide. We've had urban-suburban transfer programs. They haven't been particularly successful with the kids coming in, more so for the kids going out. So I think we need to continue to explore those options.
So let me just follow up, because one of the issues that, it isn't just that poverty is concentrated in the cities, partly because the school districts are seen as lesser than the other school districts, and so people who can afford it often will move out. But realtors will also steer people out of the cities and say, oh, you don't want to be in that school district. So to what extent are the school districts trying to, because they're doing amazing things, how are they collaborating with realtors, for example, or with regional communications efforts to raise the profile of the city schools so that people will be less reluctant to live in city neighborhoods?
And I think they are, and maybe now that there's some breathing room, although there's still clearly a heavy focus on COVID and the number of issues that are taking place in our communities. But I think that they have done that, and they've worked in cooperation with their mayors and their county executives to talk about the advantages. Because as you said, there are some absolutely amazing programs in career and technical education and our international baccalaureate schools, our AP program, that are unmatched in a lot of the suburbs. I mean, there are some unbelievable things happening, and I agree with you that we need to get that information out and message it a little bit better. It's challenging because there is so much negativity, and I don't want to blame the press or that, but there is so much else going on, and that's what most folks are focused on. So we continue to celebrate those achievements and those opportunities, and hopefully we can build better partnerships with the communities and our municipalities to send those messages wider.
Okay, great. And then I had just one question for you, Chancellor. You might not have been here for the first panel, but there was talk about tax-exempt properties in cities and what a burden that is on cities where, up to 50% or more of the land is actually, hospitals, universities, government buildings, schools, things that you can't get property tax from, and it puts a huge burden on the taxpayers in those cities. So I know this, we have 3 SUNY campuses in the city of Syracuse. They all do amazing work and contribute to the local economy in a lot of ways, but have there been conversations about making up for the tax exempt status of those properties in the economy of the cities?
I think many of our campuses are, of course, good community stewards. We consider ourselves part of the community. I think much of our limitations, though, are just funding, basically, right? Many of our campuses are operating on such thin margins as it is. If you take the community college example in Rochester or Syracuse, we've had to do cuts because of declines. So we're not really well positioned to do more than we were already doing because we're focused on building our human capacity back in our campuses, doing innovative programming. So, of course, with additional funding and things like that, we'd be part of any of that conversation. I mean, the concept you're talking about is this, your tax base is based on the real property tax largely. Do you flip it more to the income tax of the state because that is a more progressive tax? Those are larger conversations, of course, for the legislature and policymakers to have, but we, of course, would be part of any of those conversations.
Thank you.
I want to ask a question based on an earlier panel. This is directed to you, Chancellor. Mayor Rich David from Binghamton was talking about the great need and the great cost associated with water, wastewater treatment facilities, and infrastructure surrounding that type of investment.
And all the mayors were nodding their heads, and actually Mayor Noble from Kingston kind of alluded to that type of work as well. During the Regenerate Cities tour, I had the opportunity to be down in Kingston, and I met with the president of SUNY Ulster, who talked very proudly about their program to train wastewater treatment operators, and noted the data that shows that there's going to be a retirement of a lot of these water engineers and operators over the next few years, and they're ready to train that workforce. And it goes a little bit back to the point you made in your presentation about the disconnect. We have all these job openings, and yet we don't have folks going through the existing SUNY infrastructure to be trained. One of the barriers that was identified was and I'm not using the right terminology here, but the incentive for reimbursement of these types of courses that would be taught at a SUNY institution. My mother was a proud faculty member of Monroe Community College for 35 years in the English department. But English, mathematics, the traditional courses that you think of when you think of higher education are reimbursed perhaps at a higher level than some of the new, more career-based courses, whether that's mechatronics in my neck of the woods in Rochester, or whether it's wastewater treatment operators at SUNY Ulster. Can you comment about how SUNY is looking at that reimbursement formula? Because we know that sometimes reimbursement formulas do incentivize college operators to choose courses and offer courses that have the highest reimbursement level.
I think the main issue we see there is on the FTE reimbursement from the state for community colleges. It's dedicated wholly towards degree granting programs, not certificate-based programs. So community colleges can't get reimbursed for creating those types of programs through state incentives. That is something that we were looking at. We would like to advocate and work with the legislature and the executive on. If there are high demand areas, high quality, not any training program, right, but high quality training program to meet actual demand, nursing, educators, you have wastewater, you have a whole series of jobs that need to be filled. If those can be reimbursed, that creates an incentive structure for the community colleges to actually invest in those programs. Right now, it's all cost and no return for them, so they don't have any extra dollars to spend, so they don't make those critical investments ahead of time to meet that workforce demand.
And you're open to that legislative?
Absolutely. We think it would be an innovative way of actually approaching the community college network, actually.
Excellent. Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today and for your time and your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Moving on to our next panel, which is the fifth panel for today, focused on poverty reduction and workforce, addressing the wealth gap. Invite the United Way of New York State, Peter Gannon, President and CEO. We have the Schuyler Center for Analysis and Advocacy. I believe my friend Crystal Charles is going to be joining us here. We have Early Care and Learning Council, Jessica is here. And from my neck of the woods, our MAPI, Rochester Monroe Anti-Poverty Initiative, Rebecca Meyer is here.
Thank you.
So as Jessica gets settled here, no, you're fine.
Slow one, always.
No, be safe. We remind everyone for a 5-minute presentation. Of course, all of your materials and your testimony is already entered into the written record of today's hearing. There is a clock below there, so please mind your time. And Crystal, we'll start with you.
Thank you. I'm Crystal Charles, policy analyst at the Schuyler Center for Analysis and Advocacy. And we thank the chair and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. The Schuyler Center is celebrating our 150th anniversary as a nonprofit organization dedicated to policy analysis and advocacy in support of public systems that meet the needs of disenfranchised populations, including people living in poverty. For too long, New York has allowed hundreds of thousands of children to endure the hardships of poverty. New York entered the pandemic with more than 700,000 children in poverty, representing 18% of all New York children, with that percentage a full 10 points higher for Black children and 7 for Latino children. Compared to the rest of the nation, New York children are more likely to live in poverty than children in 32 other states. And these data do not include the hundreds of thousands of children and families pushed into and near poverty since the pandemic struck. A child's zip code should not determine their future, but it often does. In the Regenerate cities, child poverty is severe, higher than both the state rates and the rates in the same county. In 5 of the 8 cities, child poverty rates approach 50%. In all of the Regenerate cities, poverty among Black and Latino people is twice the rate than that of white people. The toxic stress of poverty can alter the brain development of young children, causing permanent changes in the structure and functioning of the brain. As a result, many children who experience poverty face significant challenges in the form of poor health, academic obstacles, and lower earnings for the rest of their lives. Communities, including cities, cannot reduce child poverty alone. New York State as a whole, not just one agency or program, must play an important role. Solutions need to be broad, systemic, and statewide. We have the tools to reduce child poverty. One tool is the child tax credit. New York's child tax credit currently excludes children under the age of 4. The state must rectify this gap in support for our youngest New Yorkers, increase the maximum credit for children ages 4 to 16, and eliminate the phase-in to allow children and families with the most need to receive the credit. Senator Cooney and Assemblymember Hevesi have introduced a child tax credit bill that aims to more effectively reach more low-income families. Another tool is child care subsidies. Child care is too expensive for nearly all New York families. The average annual cost for an infant in a child care center is over $13,000, with the costs much higher in many communities. To address child poverty, New York should take bold steps this year toward achieving universal child care by expanding access to child care subsidies for infants and school-age child care for lower-income New York families, regardless of employment or immigration status or other factors, by raising the child care workforce compensation and by increasing provider reimbursement rates. Lastly, the governor can move New York forward by signing the Child Poverty Reduction Act, which passed with near unanimous and bipartisan support in both houses of the legislature. Once enacted, the Child Poverty Reduction Act will serve as a bridge to a day when New York is intentional about reducing child poverty and improving equity by creating an expectation of analysis, measurement over time, and public accountability about whether and how a wide variety of public and budget decisions affect opportunity and economic security for our most vulnerable children. New York has an opportunity now to make bold investments in children and families to support them as they recover from the impacts of the pandemic. It is time to act. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony and input on the issues before your committee today as they impact the cities across New York State. My name is Jessica Claus-Shapiro, and I'm the Director of Policy and Community Education for the Early Care and Learning Council. The Early Care and Learning Council and our network of 35 child care resource and referral agencies provide direct assistance and support to parents, child care providers, and employers in all 62 counties. The Early Care and Learning Council is a leader within Winning Beginning New York and the state's early care, which is the state's Early Care and Learning Development Coalition, and we're also part of a robust Empire State Campaign for Child Care. Child care is the infrastructure support for children, for families, and communities, and its availability is essential to a healthy economy. High-quality child care and early education for New York's children translates into a more well-prepared workforce, which is a fundamental aspect of long-term business growth. Across New York State, the quality and availability of child care programs varies. Our lack of enough high-quality, affordable, and accessible childcare options puts us at a competitive disadvantage in the global economy. To address this, ECLC and the CCR&R network utilize experienced, credentialed, and highly effective professional development staff who provide quality training practices and support to childcare providers. The CCR&R network has the connection to local childcare providers and the knowledge of regional needs, challenges, and opportunities facing families, while also having the early childhood expertise and knowledge of business practices. To thousands of parents, childcare providers, and employers through New York State, CCR&Rs are the key component of the complex, key components of the complex childcare delivery system. As New York rebuilds, there must be a commitment to increasing this access to quality childcare. We know that the COVID-19 pandemic brought national attention to the childcare crisis, and also with it a great opportunity to transform the childcare system. Childcare creates both jobs and supports jobs. The economic impact of childcare matters because it drives local economies. When parents can access childcare, they are more likely to enter the workforce and stay employed. Families depend on functioning childcare. Availability of childcare, or lack thereof, resulting in a childcare desert is often cited as a barrier for parents looking for care. According to the Center for American Progress, 64% of New Yorkers live in a childcare desert, or a community with no childcare providers or far too few providers for our family's needs. In cities, childcare deserts tend to have the biggest impact on specific age groups, such as the widely reported shortage of infant care. This shortage was present prior to the pandemic and has only been exacerbated by childcare providers closing, retiring, or otherwise leaving the workforce. The childcare workforce itself is not well supported. Women of color traditionally work in infant toddler classrooms where they are paid significantly lower wages than their white counterparts who work in 3, 4, and 5-year-old classrooms. This pay difference is compounded by the low wage that childcare workers earn across the board. Long-term supports to increase wages for our children's teachers is critical. Like childcare staff and educators themselves, the overwhelming majority of CCR&R staff are female. In order to reach real pay equity and specialized and necessary work of CCR&R agencies must also be compensated. This increase cannot be resolved through short-term investments, but rather through continued support for multiple funding streams and partners. Most recent investment into childcare field in New York has been addressed through the administration of federally funded childcare stabilization grants, which is doing just that, helping to stabilize the childcare sector. However, in some instances, the grant is also shining a light on how desperately needed this relief is and how dangerously close to the margins many childcare programs run on a day-to-day basis. A reimagined look at how childcare is funded is desperately needed. It can no longer be a system carried on the backs of parents paying for care or the underpaid educators who are providing the care. For too long, we simply accepted the system inequities and made do. But we have the opportunity to take steps toward universal access to childcare for all children. We currently have our children and family chairs taking steps on a tour around the state, listening and gathering information so they can make a proposal. We have 2 other lawmakers who have announced their proposal, and the Empire State Campaign for Childcare has also given a proposal, which I'm just going to announce 3 of the main tenets. I'm not going to go into it because I've laid it out in our written testimony, but Crystal also just gave some of the main points. We would just like a system where there is universal guaranteed access, where a family has their choice, family-based, center-based, informal care, regardless of their work status, income, or immigration status. We also know that workforce wages need to be stabilized through grants and creating an early childhood workforce compensation fund where payment rates are increased, and there needs to be transitions to a payment-based rate model based on a cost estimation model, which actually accounts for how much child care actually costs rather than what is charged. So with that, sorry, my page stuck together. The economics of the child care industry are tough for providers and for families, but it doesn't have to be that way. We can offer child care for all and keep our upstate cities thriving. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments to you. The Early Care and Learning Council and our CCR&R network look forward to continuing to effectively serve the families and communities in New York State.
Thank you, Jessica. And yes, Senator Brisport, our colleague, is actually on a childcare tour in Rochester today. So, but be assured, he's already reached out and we're aligned. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Speaking of Rochester, Rebecca is with the Rochester Monroe Anti-Poverty Initiative.
Hello. Good afternoon. Senator May, Senator Cooney, Senator Griffo, and Senator Breslin. My name is Rebecca Meyer, and I am here on behalf of the Rochester Monroe Anti-Poverty Initiative, also known as RMAPI. RMAPI is a multi-sector community collaborative with a goal of improving quality of life by reducing poverty and increasing self-sufficiency. Our work is focused on increasing income, making basic needs more affordable and accessible, and lowering concentrations of poverty. We ensure that community decision-making reflects our guiding principles of addressing structural racism, addressing trauma, and building and supporting our community. Through our RMAPI, our community has come together in unprecedented ways to identify the root causes of poverty. We have made changes within our own organizations and across sectors, and are working to create a system where all members of the community have a place at the table. While we are starting to see progress, today, Rochester still has a poverty rate of 31.3%. Perhaps most alarmingly, it has a child poverty rate of 47.7%. Rochester is ranked number 3 in overall poverty among our country's 75 largest cities. And we're not alone. Buffalo is right behind us at number 5 with a poverty rate of 30.1%. And I know that many other smaller cities throughout the state have similar poverty rates. Many of the people in those numbers are working. In Rochester alone, we have more than 30,000 people who are working, but still below 200% of the federal poverty level. That's 30,000 people and 30,000 families. With this data in mind, and thanks in large part to feedback from our community, our RMAPI has increasingly focused on wages and employment as a major focus of our work over the years. A 2017 report from the City of Rochester entitled Poverty and the Concentration of Poverty in the 9-County Greater Rochester Area further exposed income disparities within our community and the significant impact this has on our Black and brown neighbors. Minorities are overrepresented in many of our county's lowest paying and largest sectors. Minorities earn less than their white counterparts in nearly every sector, and regardless of educational attainment, a wage gap between whites and minorities persists. Knowing this, an intentional focus on raising wages for the lowest paid in our community is needed in order to address these disparities. With that in mind, in February of this year, our RMAPI steering committee established a goal to lead a new effort that will increase wages to at least $15 per hour for 10,000 Rochester residents by the end of 2021. Organizations across our community have answered the call. As of today, more than 9,200 Rochester residents have been moved to at least $15 an hour, with more local partners expected to make commitments in the coming weeks. But feedback from our community also tells us that $15 isn't enough, and we need to shift to a conversation around living wages. A household survival budget for a family of 4 in Rochester is over $64,000 a year, or $32 an hour. If that family has 2 children in childcare, it goes up to $78,000 a year, or $39 an hour. Starting wages alone are not going to solve this for us, and we need to be thinking about other ways to help families access and afford their basic needs. I don't need to get into childcare because we have lots of other people doing that, but I would stress that the need for off-hours care, non-traditional schedules, and flexibility in the subsidy system is something we are hearing more and more from community members. We need to think about transportation and where jobs are located. We need to think about retention, and once someone is hired, how are we helping them stay in that job? We need to think about training and skills building. We need to think about promotion opportunities and career pathways that help people move to those higher wages. And we also need to think about what is happening outside of the workplace and how stable housing and safety in our communities impacts people's ability to work and earn those wages. Our RMAPI's work in wage enhancement this year has shown a deep commitment from across all sectors to addressing poverty. And our continued work to raise the community's voice ensures that our work will always be informed by those who are most directly impacted by poverty. While our goal of reducing poverty and increasing self-sufficiency may be steep, we remain confident in our community's ability to rise to that challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca, and Peter Gannon representing United Way. And Peter, just want to thank you for you participating in the Regenerate Cities tour when we came to Albany. Thank you for doing that.
My pleasure, and Senator Breslin didn't really give me a choice. Good afternoon. A lot of what I'm going to say echoes Crystal, Jessica, and Rebecca, but a little bit from the United Way perspective here. Thanks to you, Senator Cooney, and members of the Senate Standing Committee on Cities 2 for the opportunity to provide this testimony today. As the Senator said, my name's Pete Gannon. I'm the President and CEO of United Way of the Greater Capital Region. I'm here today representing our statewide association, United Way of New York State, which represents 35 local United Ways in communities across New York State. Thanks for convening this hearing today and for convening those conversations all across upstate New York to discuss issues like poverty relief, workforce training, and economic development at a hyper-local level. The core value of United Way is to be a leader and advocate for those community solutions. It's our mission to fight for the health, the education, and financial stability of every person in every community. We do this by mobilizing power of donors, volunteers, and community partners to give, volunteer, and advocate for people in need. We also work to find solutions to complex community problems by working collaboratively to define issues, develop responses, and generate resources to implement those responses. We know that change doesn't happen alone. We need strong state partners, and we're lucky to have great advocates in state government who are committed to listening and mobilizing change. I wanted to use my time to talk a little bit about ALICE and 211 and what we've seen in the pandemic. United Way in New York State doubled down on our commitment to drive change and ensure the financial security of individuals and families by investing in the ALICE project. ALICE stands for anybody? I'll tell you. Asset limited, income constrained, and employed, or what is more popularly referred to as the working poor. In other words, hardworking individuals who are above the federal poverty level, but as Rebecca was saying, do not make enough to cover the basics of housing, food, healthcare, childcare, transportation, and technology. The latest report confirms what everybody suspected, that ALICE households and those in poverty were disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, especially those living in the urban areas as part of the Generate Tour. It reveals that when analyzed through the ALICE lens, nearly 60% of ALICE and households living in extreme poverty experience a loss of income during the pandemic, compared to 40% of households that can typically afford the basics before COVID-19 hit. So even with the government supports in place, households below the ALICE threshold reported higher levels of job loss, increased struggles with obtaining childcare, and health challenges than those earning an income that affords the basics. In addition, as some of my peers stated, racial inequities are evident within the data, as Black and Hispanic households reported harsher experiences at every turn, and there are disparities along gender lines as well, as households led by single mothers were also disproportionately impacted. Attached to my testimony is the ALICE data for the Regenerate cities. More than half the zip codes within Regenerate cities would fall below the ALICE threshold, with numerous zip codes between 70 and 80% of the families. As you'll see, the percentage of ALICE households continues to increase, and the hourly wage required to support a household with children is more than double our current minimum wage here in New York State. While each upstate city may be slightly different, the data supports the need for jobs that provide a living wage, affordable childcare, and housing. Systemic change is needed now. We need to address the barriers that left the ALICE population vulnerable before the pandemic and address any further inequalities exacerbated by the pandemic. And Senator Cooney, as we discussed in Albany, and Senator Breslin, who was there as well, during the first Regenerate meeting, we know we can do better. During the pandemic, policies lifted more families out of poverty than at any other time in the history of the country, with the problem being that the policies that did it have ended or will in the near future. And families are feeling the impact of that cliff. Right? They're feeling the impact of that infusion that started to provide some stability and now has ended or will shortly thereafter. I see I only have about 45 seconds left, so let me just say New York State has a large network of public and nonprofit agencies able to provide critical programs and services that can be accessed for referral through 211. And so the COVID pandemic has tested that system's capacity, and so our first recommendation is to increase support for 211, standardize it in the budget. The Senate has been great champions of that for many years. But using ALICE and 211 data, United Way in New York State recommends the following public policy priorities that will work to remove these obstacles to financial stability. They are ensuring 211 remains a viable option, as I just said, supporting regional and statewide workforce development issues that focus on training and assistance for unemployed or underemployed, as we heard the Chancellor speak about, support and promote policies that will make childcare more affordable and accessible to all working families, which will lead to additional economic development opportunities, which I think Jessica was starting to speak to about the entrepreneurial opportunity that exists in this field. And to expand and strengthen the state's earned income tax credit, which has been covered, ensuring internet access is affordable and accessible to all by investing in expanded broadband access so that COVID necessitated work from home and remote schooling is possible for all New York households. And finally, leveraging and engaging nonprofits in the state's post-pandemic recovery initiatives like ERAP and providing reimbursement for direct assistance. So in conclusion, I know I'm over my time. I go back to our main mission on ensuring the health and education and financial stability of every person in every community. Every community has diverse needs, but unfortunately, there are many common themes when you talk about the lack of access to childcare, food, and housing. These are the factors that cause many individuals and families to be one crisis away from serious financial peril. New York has a number of important resources, but only when and if we are able to come together and collaborate with people and programs that are designed to fill those needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. I want to build off a point that you referenced that Jessica talked about, which is the entrepreneurial nature of careers in childcare. This is building off of a point that we heard when we were up in Plattsburgh, and they were talking about the difficulty not only in finding childcare providers, but in encouraging the next generation of childcare providers in terms of training. And we talked about some of the things like reimbursement rates that you mentioned in your testimony today, Jessica, but I'm wondering if you could elaborate upon what can we do as a state to help incentivize making childcare as a career path, standalone path on its own versus something that, I'll just have a few children over to my place and that's how I was raised and I'm going to try to do this for the next generation. Being more intentional. I think, Crystal, you said that in your testimony, being intentional about that work. What can we do to help support that effort?
Well, I think it's definitely that professionalization of the field. It's something that we're really looking at doing with these childcare stabilization grants. The grant period, application period is ending, and the next 2 years, we're really looking with technical assistance that the childcare resource and referral agencies are providing is we're looking at showing childcare providers that they are professionals and running their businesses as professions. And that's, not just doing the books in a notebook and scratching piece of paper. It's using QuickBooks, it's using automation, and there's the use of technology and so that's part of it, but then it's like, to that point, it's the things that Dr. Malachis referenced, it's those different training programs, and when you think about like the entrepreneurship and I'm not thinking of the apprenticeship and things like that you could do that actually will show that, but we look at like pay parity, and if we actually treat the educators like those that are in the K through 12 system, they're still educating our young people. I think sometimes we look at them as a babysitter, but they're not. And if they're looking like they're going into the education field and not a different system, then I think we treat it as one, it'll be different. Even if it's a house, just because it's a house, it's and not a school.
Noted, thank you.
Yeah.
Senator May.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to follow up with both Jessica and Crystal about what you talked about, because you talked about childcare in general and the issues related to it, but I didn't hear a lot of specifics about the city experience. And I'm wondering if that's because we don't have data that would really allow us to understand how this is affecting our cities, or did you just take a different task and to talk about this in general? Do you know, do we need to have like a way to figure out really what we need for our cities in particular when it comes to something like childcare?
Well, in the data overall, especially the deserts data, we know that there is more childcare in general in cities. Like But the thing is, specifically with infant toddler care, there is not. There's a problem across the board. Cities, you definitely still have a problem with infant toddler care. It's a problem with what families want in general, the different modalities. I think the big challenge is, and I believe Rebecca mentioned, the non-traditional hours. It all comes down to family need. I don't think we dove into that as much. And that's something where I think we need to come up with more creative solutions, because I think as we invest into the childcare system, we always think about for subsidies for the traditional systems, but I think people are more hesitant to open up their homes in the evening hours, and parents are more hesitant to leave their children in a center overnight because they would like them to be in a more nurturing environment. So that's the biggest challenge that I see in any city.
Well, I know in Syracuse, for example, about 30% of the population do not have cars. And are there efforts to locate childcare centers on public transportation, for example? Is that something that's being done? Or to locate them at the businesses themselves, to encourage employers to have on-site childcare? Are we doing that? Are people thinking about how we can do that better? That can be for anybody. It doesn't have to be Jessica.
I guess I don't know the answer to that question specifically. I know in community feedback that is something we hear. Transportation is a big factor. If you can't get to the childcare center provider, whoever it is, if it's not convenient on your way to or from work, then it doesn't matter if it's available, it doesn't matter if you can afford it, you can't do it. I would also lift, and I don't mean to push back against any of the professionalization conversation, but what we've been hearing a lot from community members is they want more flexibility to have a way to pay their family members, people in their community, their friends, to watch their children. They, especially when it comes to those off hours of either whether it's evenings and overnights, I don't believe a center exists in Rochester that provides overnight care. So if you need overnight care, you're needing to go to a more alternative option. And it also gets to questions of scheduling. If you don't get your schedule until Sunday night and you potentially need care Monday evening, that's not a traditional child care program that's gonna help you with that. Being able to use your subsidy to pay your mom or your sister, whatever the case might be, to watch your child is going to be much more helpful. And for some people, that's a much more comfortable thing to do as well, in terms of being culturally responsive and understanding community needs. So I didn't really answer your question, but I did want to bring that up as something
important.
just in recent weeks we've heard quite a bit.
Would that be like extending the consumer-directed personal assistance program for people with disabilities to childcare as well? Wow.
And many businesses that have done that and opened something up often fail. They don't realize how much it costs to run the childcare program, and they will say, okay, well, we'll open up a program for our employees and the center will last like a year. Okay. And it doesn't pay. And to Rebecca's point, it's not it doesn't work for the employees and it doesn't work for the business because it's not a solution.
Thank you.
And one of the challenges we've heard from those sort of neighborhood-based providers, whether it's a relative or that neighbor, is that when you are dealing with a really small client base, it's funny to think of a 3-year-old as a client, but and brother and sister move on because they move to another house, that's like, it decimates the entire business overnight. So can there be some support built in so that those providers, and I think Jessica spoke to this, maybe I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the professionalization of the operation so that, if 2 people do leave the program, it doesn't put you out of business on a Friday afternoon that you can't reopen on Monday.
No, Pete's right. It's knowing how to run your books and knowing that, absolutely, and that is the childcare model, unfortunately. It's childcare cost for the parents, costs much more for infants and toddlers, but that's because of the ratios of you need more people watching those children. And so really the money is made up on the 3 and 4-year-olds. And as we're going to have changes coming down the pike with universal pre-K expansion, and we have had that. And as we pull out of programs, we're really going to have to watch the balance of that. And that's why we're really carefully looking at the proposals and making sure that we don't just yank those children out of those programs and like decimate the childcare industry. We have to have a mixed delivery system where we're in homes and we're also taking account to the fact that they are in center-based programs as well, and we're not just doing all of the pre-K in schools.
I will say, as chair of the aging committee, I also have to put in a word, like we're having the exact same conversation about elder care and home care in general. So, yeah, the whole caring economy, we obviously need to invest in better and more, just smarter, I would say, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I think service delivery is in how we deliver traditional service, whether we're moving from facility-based delivery to home care settings, or how we position that with public transportation is certainly kind of where government can probably help incentivize and innovate in moving forward. Senator Griffo.
Thank you. Peter, you talked about, and the Senate has always been involved in supporting the 211 network and recognized its importance. Can you just talk about why it's so significant to have continued and enhanced investment in that program, and what that would mean to the subjects that we're discussing today?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you live on the whim of being a legislative ad, that makes planning and projecting very difficult, right? And that was a wake-up call for us with the leadership change a couple years back in the shift of, we had reliable partners with the former majority, and gratefully that has continued as the majority switched. But I think programmatically having this a part of the state's plan is going to empower our network to take this product to the next level and ultimately be more of a resource for the people who need it. When there's a lot of people deal with programs that are always potentially on the chopping block, but with their primary source of funding being a legislative ad year after year after year, it's made, I think, it's tampered some of the ambitions around the potential of what 211 can be. And we see in other states where the state has walked shoulder to shoulder with 211 as a product. They're doing really innovative things that are actually moving people measurably along the rungs to greater path of financial independence or stability in their lives. And you can see it, you can measure it. And now, as a referral line, that's difficult. And without set-aside resources that can be planned on, built upon, it makes those ambitions a little bit more difficult to get people rallied behind.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for Crystal. Actually, Rebecca and I have had a chance to talk about this in our MAPI, but really the role of guaranteed basic income. And we've heard a lot of cities outside of the state of New York, Stockton obviously being a key example, have experimented with that. But the idea behind it, right, is that we give individuals more cash flow, right, and that they will direct those dollars to their greatest need. It may be childcare, it may be medical access, it may be food access. Any thoughts on that in terms of your research or with the population in terms of being intentional about child poverty?
Yeah, I think part of the expanding the child tax credit or the earned income tax credit is reaching a level where it's similar to universal basic income. And we see in the Census Pulse survey that families who receive the expanded child tax credit through federal funding use that money for their basic needs like food, rent, that kind of thing. And so it helps bolster, that point that if we streamline how we support families by giving them more cash, they will use it in ways that increases their economic stability.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I guess I would just add to that streamlining point I think is really important. I think, for our MAPI in terms of what we're hearing from communities is a need for flexibility, and something like a guaranteed basic income or other direct cash payments gives families that flexibility to use the money how they need it for whatever their need is at that time.
Great. Any other questions? Thank you all for your testimony and the work that you do.
Thank
And
you.
now we'll move to our final panel for today's hearing, and that is on business development, workforce fostering opportunity. Invite the Upstate New York Black Chamber of Commerce to testify, as well as the National Federation of Independent Business, NFIB. And is Amber here from the Business Council? Don't think so. Okay.
I'm finding yourself. Nice to meet you.
Got a Syracuse fan in the house, other than Senator Mayer, obviously. Senator May, excuse me. Anyone from the Business Council here? Okay. I know the Business Council submitted written testimony, so we'll include that. Thank you both for being here and for sticking with us on a long day, but hopefully a really productive day. I'll ask Ashley if you would like to start us off here. Again, 5 minutes on the clock, and then we'll have a chance for some questions at the end.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Cooney, Senator May, Senator Griffo. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for inviting NFIB to testify. NFIB, the National Federation of Independent Business, is a member-driven organization, and we represent nearly 11,000 small businesses here in New York State. NFIB members are the businesses that define our neighborhoods and strengthen our communities with character and value. They're the businesses that everybody thinks of: your local hardware stores, independent restaurants, florists, barbers, roofers, landscapers, mechanics, fitness and retail boutiques. Those are NFIB members. These small businesses employ half of the state's private sector workforce, nearly 4 million New Yorkers, and their production accounts for nearly half of the state's GDP. A strong, vibrant small business ecosystem supports local tax bases, governments, and schools. 67 cents of every dollar spent at a local small business is reinvested into the community. Small businesses are the engines that drive the state and local economy, and if cities outside of New York City are going to achieve economic regeneration, they must start on Main Street and commercial corridors that generate local jobs, local revenues, and community stability. As you all know, small businesses faced truly unprecedented challenges, and unfortunately, those don't appear to end anytime soon. The pandemic led to depressed consumer demand, non-existent or stagnant sales, increased costs, and significant debt. And here we are nearly 2 years later. Many small businesses never made up the losses that they incurred, while now are facing severe labor shortages, supply chain disruptions, inflation, increased labor costs, and higher UI tax bills. In my testimony, you'll see a number of facts and figures that we've provided about how small businesses are dealing with all of these challenges, like raising wages, decreasing hours of operation, raising prices, all of that, those types of things. But economic trials, especially in areas outside of New York City, existed even before COVID. In a report that NFIB does, a 2020 report conducted prior to COVID, New York small business owners identified property taxes as the second most burdensome problem, followed by state business income taxes. These were both higher than the national average. Other critical problems included the cost and availability of liability insurance, workers' compensation, government regulations, and state and local paperwork. To put it simply, running a business in New York State is extremely difficult and unnecessarily costly, and the COVID-19 pandemic only exacerbated that reality. As the committee focuses on regenerating cities outside of New York City, the livelihood and success of small businesses has to be considered. Households, families, and all New Yorkers can only achieve economic prosperity if small businesses remain open and profitable. While certain economic development initiatives are helpful to downtown revitalization efforts, New York State spends an exorbitant amount of money on economic development programs that don't necessarily benefit Main Street businesses. There must be more transparency and examination of those programs. Now, NFIB does not suggest the complete elimination of these programs, but there needs to be a shift in the state's priorities that no longer subsidize big business and industries at the expense of small business. New York's economic development policy should reflect this simple truth. Investing in the sustained prosperity of existing employers will always provide more economic and social benefit than spending millions to attract new ones. Creating a thriving economy doesn't require billions in subsidies and headline-grabbing projects, and instead relies on creating a better business environment with lower taxes, fewer regulations, and more affordable insurance. Small businesses in county and local governments have long called for mandate relief to help lower property taxes. We commend the Senate for, instituting the property tax cap permanently. That was a huge victory, and we sincerely appreciate that effort. NFIB has also requested consideration of modest targeted small business tax cuts. And we have appealed to the state to join 31 other states in using unspent ARPA funds to restore New York's depleted UI trust fund and alleviate the astronomical UI taxes. We have consistently supported regulatory reform and will continue to do that to ease the burden on independent businesses. I know a number of you and your colleagues have supported those efforts in the past, and we thank you for doing that. The state also has to address insurance affordability and the lack of availability, which is caused in part by the onslaught of lawsuits against small businesses. Welcoming, energetic, and prosperous cities are only possible if Main Street is alive and well, which requires disciplined and deliberate economic policy. Regulatory reform, tax relief, and lowering the cost of insurance will help small businesses recover while spurring investment in equipment and jobs and expansion of business operations, translating into additional tax revenue and money circulating in the local economy that can be used for education, infrastructure, and other community-enhancing projects for all households and families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ashley. Anthony.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you again for the opportunity to appear before you. We appreciate the invitation and look forward to speaking with you. One of the benefits of being able to go last on something like this, it's important that for us, we got to listen and learn a lot today, so I want to thank everyone for providing us with information to share with us what they're doing in their different parts of New York State. With that being said, I don't really want to necessarily repeat what's already been said in many different ways, but what I would like to do is tell you a little bit about who we are as an organization. It's kind of ironic that this day would end on a conversation around business development and workforce development, because everything we've heard today leads us to believe that at the end of the day, that's really what it's about, creating opportunities for people to come up. Business development, workforce development, career development, home ownership, affordable housing. It's only affordable if the wages are there for them to afford, because most people, as many of you may know, have less than $400 in their bank accounts. So they're, as Peter Gannon mentioned earlier, on the cusp of disaster at any given moment. So here at the Upstate New York Black Chamber, we are part of a national organization called U.S. Black Chambers. We are one of 150 U.S. Black Chambers throughout the country, led by President Ron Busby. We are in many ways the voice of black business, but a business does not speak by itself. So ultimately, we are the voice that is led by the people who run these businesses, who represent these communities, who still in many ways reside there, and hope to build those communities up by investing in them and allowing their dollars to circulate. That is how communities are built from within. It's a sense of pride, ownership, equity that will allow people to take a sense of their community, to build up, to share, to have neighbors who own businesses across the street and around the corner from each other, whose children go to school with each other. That is community development. Community development without economic development, it just doesn't exist. So here at the Chamber, we've, throughout the pandemic, in many ways become more active, more relevant, We have been actively engaged with our national leadership in DC, and some of our efforts have included the grace period following the unsuccessful run of the first round of PPP, where the second round of PPP had that two-week period, I believe, where certain businesses were allowed to apply. Our most recent success has come with many partners throughout the country and within our chamber, and the codification of the Minority Business Development Agency. So that is now a permanent agency, something that is transformative for Black-owned businesses, brown and minority-owned businesses. So we look forward to and we celebrate that, even though it really hasn't received what we feel is its proper attention during the last week after the signing of the Infrastructure Act. As far as the Regenerate the tour, it's important that other cities beyond New York City receive their proper due. A lot of times there's this perception of New York City versus New York State, but we've always viewed it as Empire State. And so what's good for New York City inevitably is good for the rest of the state, whether people are relocating or just visiting other parts of the state. So that is very important to us as well. But in order for us to do better in the future, it's important that we acknowledge the past. The what is why we're here today. How can we do better? But if we don't honestly address the why as to how we got here, and we won't be able to learn from the history of the reasons why we have to build back better, when if we learn from it, we could have built it right the first time. So it's important to be as comfortable discussing the hard truth of why we're here as it is to find the comfort in what has drawn all of us here today from across the state. And it's not just a chance to talk about what was, but how can we do better going forward? We're at a unique moment in time as a state, as a country, and our cities, but we have an opportunity to indeed do better. But it's a partnership between government, law enforcement, businesses, community organizations, and advocates and residents, and in terms of how we're going to indeed build back better. So I look forward to our organization here in my home of Albany, New York, which is home base, and I look forward to being a partner with all of you as we move forward. And I want to lastly thank my colleague Jamila Belton for also taking the time to be here today.
Thank you very much, Anthony. And when you take a step back and you think about the formation of cities in our country's history, right, they were done hand in hand with industry, right? And that was the reason why these urban centers were so quickly developed. And now here we are looking to rebuild, not just from the pandemic, but be intentional about how we are investing in cities and the opportunities we can to serve the residents, the New Yorkers who live within them. I want to go back to a point that you raised, Ashley, in terms of, I forgot the number of states outside of New York that are doing this, but the relationship between ARPA funds that are unused and investment into the UI Bank. We heard that from an earlier speaker about the cost of unemployment insurance being passed on to these businesses, but could you give an example? So are the other states, have they put that legislatively? Have they said that they're going to sweep funds back and then put it into the state reserves? How does it work in other states?
Sure. So the 31 other states have either used CARES Act funding or ARPA funding to shore up their UI trust funds. And they've done it through several different ways. Some states still have executive authority, kind of emergency authority, to just do that on their own, to use those unspent dollars and allocate them how they wish. Other states don't, still have that authority within their executive branches, so they do go the legislative route. One of the bills that we support is a bill sponsored by one of your colleagues, Senator Kaplan. I don't have the bill number offhand, but I certainly can get it to you. I think it might be 6791, but don't quote me on that. So she sponsors a bill that would actually restore employers' tax rates to pre-pandemic levels. So like 2019 levels for UI taxes. What happens, everybody knows the UI system is complex, but generally UI taxes are determined by two factors for employers: the size of the trust fund, the balance of the trust fund, and then your experience rating, whether or not you've laid off people. And the legislature, addressed the experience rating piece last year, to say if you did COVID-related layoffs, those would not be factored into your taxes. But it's the second piece that we need to address, which is just the balance of the fund, right? New York State has to repay the loan it took from the federal government, and it doesn't have any money left. What that does is it pushes all businesses into the highest possible tax rate for their UI taxes, and that's what businesses are currently paying. And so what Senator Kaplan's bill would do is take everyone out of that highest tax rate bracket and put them into a pre-pandemic level. Now, that requires that New York State use some of its unspent money to help shore up the trust fund, right? We need to make sure that there's money going into the trust fund so that future collections, we have something to draw down. We don't want to go further and further into debt, which is why we're calling on New York State to use that money next year as you go through the budgeting process. You have this ARPA fund that hasn't been, many billions of dollars in ARPA funds that haven't been allocated to anything. So taking some of that and putting it towards unemployment insurance and lowering the tax rate for small businesses, whether they're minority, women-owned businesses or small businesses. Right now they're paying the highest possible UI taxes, and that's not good for the economy.
Thank you. Senator May?
Yeah, thank you both for your testimony. Anthony, I had a question for you. So in Syracuse, we're getting ready for a gigantic construction project to take down the Interstate 81 viaduct. And the goal is to restore some of the neighborhoods along that route that were destroyed 60 years ago when they built it. And it was mostly the 15th Ward, thriving Black community, with a lot of small businesses that were Black-owned at the time. And I'm just wondering, is the Black Chamber engaged in any way in efforts to rethink what it might look like moving forward?
We have met with the Upstate Minority Economic Alliance as well as Center State CEO. We launched in 2019, so some of our first work was traveling to cities such as Syracuse, and obviously when I met Senator in Rochester, Buffalo. So our progress was somewhat interrupted, obviously, as much of everything else was in 2020, but we do fully intend to re-engage with Syracuse and become as involved as we can without kind of interfering in the people who are there already doing the work on the ground. So we can be more of a collaborator as opposed to the perception of being a competitor, if you will.
Right, okay.
We are here to serve,
Great.
I can assure you.
Senator Griffo?
Do you have, Ashley or Anthony, do either one of you have, we already know about the burdens that you all face based on the details you've all provided, and can you tell statistically now, as a result of the pandemic, how many businesses, small businesses we've actually lost or have been closed, not only because of onerous policies, but because also of what they've faced, the challenges of the pandemic? Any numbers or percentages that we have?
Do you have anything?
Unfortunately, yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
We have lost approximately 41% of Black-owned businesses since 2020.
I don't have a specific number for you in terms of the businesses that have been lost. I think that that's still to be determined. There were obviously a number of closures, right, and that was widely reported in various reports. I know Yahoo and Marketplace and even the comptroller, right, alluded to the losses that the small business ecosystem has suffered. But what's not clear is if those were temporary closures, because of the pandemic, and if those businesses have revived themselves, or if they were permanent closures. So I think time will tell.
You mentioned, and I agree with the tax burden and the regulatory burden that is placed on businesses. Energy costs, problematic also, I would think.
Yes, energy costs rank high. In the report that I referenced, the Problems and Priorities report, energy costs are in the top. What small business owners do is they rank 75 potential problems. Energy costs were in the top 20 for New York small businesses, so that's certainly a concern as well for our members.
And then the last question I would ask is, you talked about some of the credits that we provide or some of the funding that we provide. Do both of you believe that, we're under a new administration right now, there's an opportunity here, should we have a thorough, comprehensive review and restructuring of our economic development programs and the method and manner in which we fund projects, do you believe?
Speaking on behalf of NFIB, yes. I think there needs to be a real close look at how New York State spends economic development dollars. In my testimony, I lay out an example for the film production tax credit. New York State spends $450 million a year on that particular tax credit. I mean, that's significant amount of money. You look at the $800 million grant program that the legislature allocated to small businesses. That's a one-time program, that $800 million. And it was a huge program and much needed for small businesses, but that's just one influx of money for just one period of time. But we're talking about $450 million year after year after year that goes to Hollywood production companies, businesses that are not in New York State. So I think that there needs to be an examination on where and how New York State spends its economic development dollars. Where can we spend it so that we're benefiting existing Main Street businesses versus those out-of-state businesses?
What I'm not trying to put us into a position of determining what is better or what's a better way, because they would say that they're an industry also. I'm actually getting to the point of like the Regional Economic Development Council. You're spending a lot of money there. You had a competition for an urban upstate revitalization initiative. You got downtown revitalization investment. Those are the kind of programs that are going on annually too, that are being dispersed in different ways. They say it's based on competition, but we know there's a lot of subjectivity that runs into that process too. So can we and should we do better in that type of economic development strategy and delivering resources?
I think I used the film production tax credit as an example, but I think that's just one of, to your point, many different economic development initiatives that the state puts money towards that we need to look at. Where's the money going? Who's it going to? And what are we getting out of it? Are we getting jobs out of it? Are we getting small businesses, economic survival out of it? What are we doing? And I think, and I don't want to eat up all the time, I'd like you to speak to it too, but I think anytime you drive around upstate, or in any community outside of New York City, how many of us have driven down a downtown corridor and all you see are shuttered storefronts, right? That doesn't bode well for the community. That means you don't have tax revenue coming in. That means families are struggling. You don't have jobs, right? So we need to focus on where the economic development dollars are going. And are they going to initiatives where you're having small businesses or businesses succeed, provide jobs, provide tax revenue? That's what we need to look at. And our argument is, you're using all of this money, are you benefiting particular businesses, particular industries from out of state? Why don't you use some of that money to just create a better business environment so that the small businesses who are already here, who have already been operating, who are family owned for generations, have a chance to survive and succeed?
But again, you're going out of state, in-state. I'm talking about just the in-state programs. So I want to hear Anthony's perspective of that right now. These are programs that we're delivering resources in the state of New York. The CFE process, the Regional Economic Development Councils, those are going to New York State projects, downtown revitalization. I'm asking, are they working? And I think I hear you say they're not. Do you agree that we can do this differently and better?
I think absolutely it needs to be looked at, and I do believe it can be done better. One of the things I would like to also emphasize is a lot of times we have this conversation around certain things being available. What I would like to make clear is that availability is not necessarily accessibility. So when we have these opportunities that are being put out there for the public, we have to do a better job of making sure that the communities that where we want them to and where they are most needed, organizations and businesses are aware of them. To Ashley's point, if you take a ride down any corridor, we can talk about Albany in particular. whether it be our gateways into the city, such as Henry Johnson Boulevard, Madison Avenue, Central Avenue. You know, these are prime corridors in our cities where economic development is vital. And as I would also like to reference the article that was in the Times-Union back in June called "The City Divided." I think a perfect example of what this issue is downtown Albany in many ways, and Pearl Street. We have North Pearl Street, which is thriving, you know, residential and commercial and bars and restaurants and live entertainment, all the way down to a sports arena that just got a huge new naming rights deal. But if you go maybe a block further, Pearl Street changes drastically. To Ashley's point, the quality of life, the shuttered buildings. So we definitely need to do a better job, because as I heard earlier about the emphasis on you know, tax-exempt organizations, when communities aren't properly invested in, what is created is the need for programs, services that are just built around the basic quality of life issues. Those, more often than not, are nonprofits and community-based organizations, tax-exempt organizations. Those type of organizations, you know, with all due respect to the good work that they do, because that is not the issue. What the challenge is that those, in addition to not providing the tax revenue, is that they don't really generate wealth, or even sometimes, in many cases, jobs. So if your communities are being built upon solely programs and services, then where are the opportunities for growth, for generational wealth? Because there are no jobs, there are no businesses, buildings are boarded up, they have red X's on them. You can't really develop main street corridors. We can't encourage our members, business owners who would love to invest in South Pearl Street and other parts of cities. South Pearl Street's all over New York State. We have to set them up for success, no matter how much they want to invest in the neighborhoods that need it most. So to your point, there's definitely a better way that we can do this.
I appreciate both your work and both of you appearing here today. Thank you both.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
I'm a visual person, and as we wrap up, I think about that South Pearl Street analogy, Anthony, and Ashley, you're right. You drive across upstate New York, and while we have a lot of success and a lot of pride to share, there are certainly challenges that have long gone unaddressed. Some of them are COVID-related, some have existed for decades. And certainly on the Regenerate Cities Tour, we saw that firsthand, going from the North Country down to the Southern Tier, just yesterday being in Amsterdam and driving around that portion of our state, certainly over where I'm from in Western New York. We're seeing that as well. And so I would encourage both of you and your organizations and everyone here today to continue to share ideas with us, whether they're pro-business, small business ideas that will help us create jobs and keep jobs here in New York, or whether they're for intentionality around reducing child poverty rates, or whether they're opportunities for how we train and prepare our workforce for the next generation of New Yorkers. This is what this committee is focused on. Again, cities outside of the city of New York, knowing that this is where a large number of New Yorkers are, and the opportunity as we try to position New York State in 10 years, we will go into the next census for growth. Where is that growth going to take place? It can take place outside of New York City. And I think if we have the assets, I think you alluded to it, Senator May, on the climate side, but we also have the infrastructure underway. We are ready to go. We just need to make those investments, and we need to have an intentionality. I think that's the word of the day, an intentionality of servicing these cities. And I think with a new administration in the governor's office, with a new legislative session just underway, I think that we are on the right track, and we'll be looking to enter legislation through this committee in cities too, to make sure that we are keeping our promise to New Yorkers. So thank you both for being here, and thank you everyone for participating in today's committee hearing.
With
Thank
that,
you.
we'll
Thank you.
close.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.